Good morning, chat. What happened to all my stuff? I swear I leave, I come back, and shit breaks. Hold on a second. I don't know. It's there now. Ah. Oh, you know what it was? Because in this folder, there's alerts and stuff, and I think on this one, I didn't have the alerts box. Can I add? I'll fix up. Okay, I know what happened. I'll fix it next time. Next time we play Frosthaven. Oh, he's going down for a nap. He was getting all comfy with Isaac before, and it's nap time. Good, good, good. Make a note. I won't forget. It was a quick change or a quick thing I did on the fly during Frosthaven because someone had Dash had subbed in the middle of the Frosthaven stuff, and it didn't notify me or didn't have a pop up. Like, oh well, that should probably be a thing. I already went here. I need to go here. Also, Pish, I saw you followed on the Twitch side. Thank you for that. And then I was playing around with the Twitch notifications. So the ones that are on here, the alert box, all that stuff is from Streamlabs, but apparently Twitch had made something similar to that. And you can customize it kind of the same way. And I added it as a source, was playing around with it for a little bit, but as soon as I tried switching the audio to a custom clip that I had, their volume is insanely loud for some reason, which I can adjust in OBS here. But I couldn't figure out how to raise the clip that I added to match the other ones. So I ended up just walking it back and deleting it. Better to be too loud than quiet. That's true, but you want like a consistency, and the sound that I had for the follow, the would have been follow thing, that was just very, very quiet compared to everything else. I don't know. Maybe I'll play around with it some more. Milk a dairy buffalo? I didn't even realize I was there. That's funny. So we got that cowbell amulet. We should be allowed to teleport to any cow pen with that, I would think. Especially the cow pen. So the amulet teleports you here. I would really, really love if it teleported you to this dairy cow. Because there's so many clues right here. It's closer to the windmill, to Farmer Fred. This teleport over here doesn't help all that much. Okay, I think that's enough farming. So the plan for today is Fasani until supper, break for supper, and then we'll come back, and wife's been twisting my arm and wanting to play some blueprints. So we'll try some blueprints tonight after supper. Both she and my buddy Pat agree that, yeah, it's right up your alley. You love that. It's like, all right, cool. Let's give it a go then. Oh yeah, so we were playing board games with Pat all day, and basically all I did was runecraft. I got a crap ton of scars since my cash stack is down like 300 mil the last few days because of a million chaos runes and now another 300,000 plus solar runes. Um, and then did a little bit of calcite mining. We need this number to be 5.5 million, so we're a little over 10% now, which is good. Maybe one of these days we'll cash it in just so it's not a full 20 hours of libation bowl or something like that. Just break up the grind a little bit, but we'll come back to that. Not today. All right, write spellbook, write runes. Oh, and then because the calcite mining has been giving us a lot of clues, I am only 4 away from medium clues now, and I've not had to really farm these up at all. All this stuff has been passive from birdhouses, random clues, woodcutting, and lately it's been calcite mining. So we got 2 pieces of elegant left, cabbage shield, and the banner, and then the mediums are done. That'll be really cool. Easy's a lot further away. There's just more uniques, and then of course the 2 big ones. I don't have either one of those, so we're way away from easies, but still a lot of passive clues. It's good. We'll see just how much time we have for Fasania Day. We'll for sure hit the 30 mark. We might hit 40. 40 would take 5 hours. Yeah, we'll probably hit 40. 40 KC. No, we're not going to hit 40 because we're going to get the mace beforehand. Yes, that's that is the hope. I'm really surprised we didn't see husks. Then I saw during the day sometime. I very rarely look at chat when I'm on mobile clan chat, just because I'm only clicking once every minute or so because my focus is on whatever else is going on because I'm playing a game or eating or whatever. And the one time I glance down, I see just massive spam in the chat. And I go, what the hell? Who got what? Scroll up, and one of our clanmates got... Oh, it was a parasite last phase, not... Okay, never mind. We parasite escaped. He got a 3rd age bow. Just crazy. Hey, spider. Looks like it was from a master as well. Can't tell if it was from a mimic, though. Still, that would be insane if we could get one of those before the BA grind. After 30 pulls of Guardians of the Rift, I went back to ZMI. Oh no. Didn't suit your fancy. Oh, that was a big thing that was in the summer sweep up. Using the lamp outside of Guardians of the Rift, so you can actually get more runes. In particular, there's one that was specific towards more blood runes, which I thought was pretty cool. Guardian Rift enjoyers are a different breed. I don't know, for me it was like getting into Wintertod groove and just stay there forever. You essentially never have to leave. It's also a different story once you're at a certain point where you don't care about the pulls. Like for me, when I go back there, if I go back there, it'll be just craft whatever gives me the most runes and not really care about the pulls, because the pulls only give you some runes and talismans. They're not really worth going for, and it's not like you get more XP for balancing those out or anything like that. 3,000 pearls are quite a lot to get, yeah. So wait, do you not have the Colossal Pouch? If not, I mean, that's, a bunch of extra essence per trip that you could be getting if you unlock that. I mean, that alone is worth doing Guardians of the Rift, I think. I mean, the rune crafting outfit, not all that useful. It's just 60% more runes, and, if you're doing rune crafting, you're probably just doing it for XP. I'm missing the pet, the transmog, and the ring. Okay. Yeah, it's fortunate enough for me. The last item I had from there was one of the paints. I don't remember which one. I think it was the blue paint. That was the last one. I kind of wish there was something I could buy with the pearls after finishing everything, because you get a bunch of dupe lamps and that stuff, and it's just like, what do I do with this stuff? It's just sitting in my bank. Today's the day, surely, surely. Might as well get the last 400,000 XP at ZMI and switch the lantern to get more points. Yeah, that is true. If you're 99, you is best. And then the points cap out at 1320, I think it is, because normally it's 1,200 points total. Which you may find, especially if the game runs a little bit longer, you'll actually hit that cap quite a bit. And if you're doing combo runes especially, you will hit that cap. All the more reason to just not care about points and just send it. Oh, that was wild at the start. I don't know if you played it on release, but that outfit, because it gives 60% more runes, also gave 60% more catalytic points when you were making combo runes. Or not catalytic, elemental. And so if you're just doing an even balance of catalytic and elemental, your elemental is far outpacing what you're making. They walked it back, because originally they were thinking, oh, okay, well, it's just a bug, we'll get rid of it. But people liked that extra effort for extra points and stuff. So they left it in, and now if you're making combo runes, you just get 50% more points. So you get 3 points per rather than 2. So it's still a thing, and if you're willing to make combo runes, you will generate 50% more elemental points. I do wish that maybe it got changed, I haven't really been keeping up with it. If I remember, the U lantern had a 10% chance to double the runes, which effectively means it's a 10% bonus. I wish it was just a flat 10% more points. I don't like the chance to double, because what happens, and this is where I was saying before, you're going to cap out on points, and the point cap is raised from 1200 to 1320 when you have that lantern. But the problem is, on the games where that 10% procs multiple times, there were times I was capping with 2 binds left and 2 turn-ins left. So it's just like, well, I'm getting nothing from doing this now because I point capped on this game. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'd much rather have it just a consistent 10% more points. It avoids the lucky procs is the point. Yeah, but I can't wait. I can't wait to go and bring that lantern with. Would have been useful for the soul runes I was making, because I could have made another, whatever it was, 10% more runes. Still doesn't compete with just doing Scar Essence, but still. Yeah, 10%? Okay. I think a lot of people will like that and use that outside of there for just preventing the rune pouches from degrading. You get 90 fire making, and yep, I don't have to worry about calling the Dark Mage or doing any of that stuff. I mean, you can use both then, no? Both what? Then just scratch. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The 10% bonus though, it does not apply to Scar Essence. Same thing with the 60% from the outfit doesn't apply to Scar Essence. So it'll just increase the base runes that you're crafting by 60% by 10%. I wish that outfit stacked with the essence. That would be insane. Same thing with the what are they called? The blood essences. You know how they give more blood runes? Those also do not work with the Scar Essence. They only give you extras on the base shards and base essence that you're using. Otherwise, you could burn up one of those blood essences every trip. You bind some... One trip of Zaya rune crafting, per bind, I think was about 5,000 runes or something like that. I want to say it was like 10,000 runes per trip I was making. It's insane runes per hour, if that's your goal. What I hope, I just hope that they don't say, hey, we don't want to introduce a lot of soul runes to the game like they did with blood runes, and come up with some sort of soul essence thing. Because what'll happen is, if you look at TOA, for instance, TOA drops soul runes, death runes, and blood essence. It does not drop blood runes. They'll just start putting that on tables because, well, in order to... it's less of a pure injection of runes into the economy because you have to go and extract this thing. It's kind of like... it's the same reason why they want to add seeds everywhere rather than herbs directly. Because it's limited by people actually doing that content. I don't like that mentality going forward, because in my eyes, you know, if I'm doing this content and I'm getting those things, I'm effectively doing nothing. If I do other content that gives soul runes, I'm generating the soul runes anyways, so... If anything, it just reduces the amount of runes coming into the game, period, not just a balance, you know. I'm finding runes like at Iak or Shadow, probably. Yeah, and Iak is Death and Chaos runes, right? Death runes you probably want to make with Scar Essence as well. It's not so bad. Chaos runes are the last rune that I still go to the shops to buy. And elementals if I need them, just because packs are really easy to get. But yeah, I had on a couple occasions, go and make death runes for my Ash Sanctifier, wherever that is. And I'm guessing IAC does burn through those quite heavily. Have I? What are you charged with anything right now? Check. You do. You have some charges. It can hold 50,000 charges and how many death runes? What? I guess I could just pull this out on charge. Oh shit. uh 18, 4, 2, 3, 41,000, 35,000. So 2 death runes each, it looks like. So 100,000 death runes to fully charge it. Yeah. We'll see how much Doom ends up giving me in tiers, bringing it along. Where your gear guns. I'm badass, so it's okay, but not for you. The random people you see. Oh my goodness. And with that attack speed using, you'll finish the charges in no time. That's what I found in Slayer, because I had enough for a full charge from the little bit of Doom that I did. And I burned through those tiers, and I burned through charges. I brought them with for Slayer to tag distant mobs on Abbey Demons and Mage tasks and that stuff. And then I also used them as my main go-to for killing superiors. It was really nice. I'm hoping Monday comes around and they update that blog. We've heard your feedback over the weekend on Reddit, and here's some tweaks that we're making. Gonna spend all your AFK time woodcutting for those tiers. I did that. I did woodcut some for tiers because I'd gotten some pretty early uniques and I wanted to craft the uniques. But I don't know if that would be worth it. Surely there's other stuff better worth your time for AFKing than just a little bit of GP, right? It's like 600 to 700 tiers per hour, yeah. So that's on the high end, 1,400 death runes, and yeah, death runes are what, 200 each, 300k per hour. Again, it was good for getting those first uniques because I just didn't have the tiers yet. You know, you might even be better off just doing Doom with the IAC in your inventory. You might generate more shards per or more charges per hour while doing Doom. After RC, it's only agility, cooking, prayer, and mining left. Yeah. Just don't leave agility for last. That's the only thing I'll say. If you know that you like Sepulcher, it might be waiting to... It might be waiting until they lower the Sepulcher requirements, because then you can get access to floor 4 and floor 5 earlier. If you still got a ways to go, then maybe get to those breakpoints. I think it was 87 for floor 5 without boosting, but you will be able to boost now, so if you have a Summer Pie, you can get into floor 5 at 82. Wait and do prayer next to see what to do to change it. Yep. Doesn't sound like anything mining related is really coming down the pipeline in the near future. I've heard grumblings of them wanting to do a full mining and smithing rework next year. We'll see what that actually entails. They've been talking for a long time. The community's been demanding for a long time that it doesn't make sense for Rune to be the top end, and I just argue that there's a difference between, you know, manipulating and molding metal and using some new magical upgrade to enhance something like that. And then on the rune front, yes, it only takes 40 to wear it. It doesn't take as much skill to wear a piece of armor than it does to craft it. I realize that that means they can't really add anything above that without just, you know, increasing it to 120 or whatever RuneScape 3 did, right? So there's no reward space to really add that, or that would compete with that. You know, crystals in the 70s, it's way better than Rune. But again, some of these things I would argue these dragon things, even you're using an external tool to facilitate this. You're not crafting these things from raw materials is most of these things. It's just fixing a broken dragon axe, applying some tears, putting the halberd together. You're not crafting them from raw material. Unlike Rune, where you're taking the raw bars and forming it, shaping it. I realize it's legacy and it was probably established in Classic. I've also got no more skilling left in me. You're almost there, though. If you're looking for some AFK time, you should do Zaya rune crafting, I think. Roleplay's kind of the same. Yeah, yeah. You're taking fragments of it and working it into the place in the right facility, that stuff. Those things would in other RPG games would I'm thinking back to New World when you're crafting higher level stuff. You have other things around you that give you bonuses that you can't necessarily do on your own. Now, what they could do, if they wanted to push the space above 99, is maybe make some things require level 100, level 105. Or sorry, I guess level 104, since the highest boost that we've got is currently +5. So that way you can only craft it when you're like super duper focused and above your expertise. I don't know. Just spitballing here. Another thing they haven't really experimented with too much yet, but it's a factor in other RPGs, is randomized crafting. And again, it could open the door to some pretty terrible gameplay loops if you're trying to craft the perfect version of a thing, and it's yeah. I guess that's what I'm doing with my jewel crafting idea, I guess. Maybe I'm not opposed to it. Please don't make me drink 15 soups to fish for a +5 boost. Yeah, maybe not something that egregious. And it would be exclusively tied or limited to the reliable boosts. So, um, Kovach's Grog does +4? Oh, you're not ready yet. So at most, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's 103, so you get the +4. All these newfangled boosts. Now we got a fishing boost that gives you +6. No, in all seriousness, no. I do like that they are giving us more reliable boosts like that, because the stew meta is just annoying. Nobody likes it. We do it because it's worth going out of your way to get a +5 boost for something and get access to a piece of jewelry, because otherwise it would take another 50 hours or whatever of crafting to get there, right? So we get the early use by boosting, and it's worth going out of the way for, but it's really annoying, and I'm glad to see that they're slowly removing the need to do that. The cape also gives a +1. Does it stack? It does not. So visible boosts don't stack, they will override each other. And the cape gives a visible +1 when you equip it. And you can also right-click the cape and boost, but that's a temporary visible +1 boost. Invisible boosts, though, they would stack. And, you know, maybe that kind of goes back to the idea of the machines and the facilities that you're using are giving you that invisible boost. Oh, you're at the Dragon Forge. All right, that's a +10 invisible boost, and that's why you're able to craft dragon stuff, right? If you want to think of it that way. Wizard's Mind Bomb to build my Barrows portals was peak. Then you're building something construction related, and you need to be +8, let's say. So you got the visible +5, or maybe you limit it to +3 with a T. So it requires a +6. So you can't stew boost, but you need that extra crystal saw to get that invisible +3. What that could be, I have no idea. Or what you need to craft at 105. Con was T-Boost only for me. Well, T-Boost and then the Crystal Saw. The Crystal Saw was a free +3 that you didn't really have to work towards. And those two things would stack, so you'd have a +6 at all times. Very easily. And anything that required a saw, you could use the Crystal Saw for. Do I still have the seed? I don't think I have the seed. Nah, I probably got rid of it. I probably looked it up and said it's easy to get back if you just go talk to the dude, so I just deleted it. Homie looking like a Viking, I love it. I do have some Swedish in me. Special occasions, we let the wife braid it as well. Speaking of which, we braided it for sailing. I think that was the last time. Bit of a missed opportunity. Should have probably done it for the Red Reef quest, but I don't know. That quest is so short, over and done with, that it would have been kind of weird. Maybe the next one. Maybe the next time. We can just for funsies. Crazy Count, my brother. New watcher here. Hi, welcome in. And thanks for the follow, too. Ooh, 350 gold met. Nice. Welcome in. I really like how they just keep adding agility XP to crest rewards. Me too. You look at something like that, it's like, well, that's an hour's worth of agility I don't have to do now. Thank you. We can just get this mace. We can go back to pet hunting. Start of the BA streams again. Every lamp since mid game went straight to agility. For any and all irons, it's usually herb lore. I'm gonna take one. That's what I get for being out of position. I never really had problems with herb lore. I guess if you stay on top of it and are pretty religious with it. A lot of the early and mid game stuff is just to get to like raids level pots as soon as possible. Because there's a lot of stuff that lock behind high level herb lore for diaries and super combat potions and that stuff. But then again, when I needed it, they added mixology. That's also true. We have that as an option now. And it takes the little herb lore that you do generate and makes it go further. Because on the front of Avanto, for instance, how many energy pots do you really need? And all of the mox paste level herbs you don't need for anything. Probably add an hour or so of agility to my daily task. That's what I found to be the best way to handle agility. I would set out to do 100 laps of RD, or because we didn't have sepulcher at the time, and RD was pretty much the best go-to. I should probably plug my phone in. And then you do your 100 laps, you're like, okay, cool, now I can go do something more enjoyable. But then it breaks up the grind, so you're not just set with 100 plus hours of agility at the end of it. I think on the agility front, I'll probably be doing that before fletching, but after smithing, I think. Smithing will give us a lot of alchebos, and I'll use that time to turn whatever's left into raw GP, because that's like my last good opportunity to do that. There's a lot of downtime with sepulcher and agility in general. It'd also probably come after fishing, because I have a feeling fishing is going to be done with the barbarian fishing. Unless they make the leech fin somehow less annoying. Because then it would be nice to future-proof myself on vials of blood, but... Brimhaven's also solid. I do enjoy Brimhaven, yeah. There's a lot of free time to do poking and fletching there as well. Probably got 10 million darts to craft, or to fletch ahead of me. I felt phantom pain in my wrist when you said that. Well, you don't do it. You don't try to do 10 clicks in one tick, right? You just kind of do a couple here and there. Because you're going to be at the agility place for a much longer than that dart is going to take to, or those darts are going to take to use up. I did a bunch of it during Herbivore as well. And you just kind of do it a little bit here and there. You don't necessarily focus on it too hard. I'm probably switching here more at Fasani than I would be doing darts during that stuff. Because when you're doing fletching during agility and other activities like that, it's 0 time. So any little amount that you do is a benefit. You don't need to crank out 5 mil an hour fletching while doing agility. You could also make it to make X with like arrows. Yeah. Well, actually, I think that is the case. I think you can do that. Or you're saying that you could... Yeah, I see. See, I don't actually like those processes for agility because you start the action, it pulls up the interface, and then you have to start the action with that interface every time. The benefit of being able to just use one on another is that it will do one action with that, rather than, okay, now I have to click confirm, and, oh, I've only got enough time to do 2, and then I have to go through that whole interface interaction again. I don't like the make X. And then if you have places like Wintertod, because I did a little bit of agility between rounds at Wintertod, you can't do that in the middle of the game because any source of damage, anything that interrupts that, will stop your make X, and then you have to start that whole process again. The dark... Oh, I was thinking of fishing trawler. That's what I was thinking of. Sorry. Fishing trawler, every time the boat gets damaged, if you had to make X action going, it would stop that. Pest control, kind of the same thing. Make X actions are really annoying to use because of all the random attacks that you're getting dealt. But you don't have that problem with darts. All my homies hate Fasani. Believe me, brother, I would love to be out of here. But we gotta get the mace. That is not pre-mage. Now, I wish the opposite was true. I wish we could make headless arrows with a spam click rather than the make X. I understand that the fletching XP is balanced around the make X of the final dart sort of thing, but making headless arrows, the only way to do it is 0 time, and I hate that make X interaction. I'd feel a lot better if I could spam click it. Headless arrows are 1 XP per arrow? Yep. That's why I think if you're able to spam click it, it'd feel better. But in order to do the arrowheads on top of that, you gotta have the headless arrows. And so they heavily weight it around the final step, which is adding the arrows to it. So for that reason, I understand why you can't... Because if you were to compare making darts or bolts to headless arrows, if you could do it with every 2 clicks, right? So if it wasn't a make X action, the arrows have way too much XP to them. It's multiples that of any darts or bolts. But those are only one-step processes. Those are attach a feather to a thing, so they're significantly less XP than the arrows, because they're weighted around the assumption you have to make shafts, you have to attach the feathers, and you have to attach the arrows. But then it's very, very back-end heavy. Making the headless like dart should be fine too. Yeah, I agree. That's what I want to see. I would love to see that. Yep, kind of a slow process making the arrow shafts, but the flexion knife helps with that a bit. You just do a high level log and you get a ton more arrow shafts quick, so that's not really a large time sink. Then you got the people that do redwood log cutting and got 50 million headless, or sorry, 50 million arrow shafts because they turn all their redwood logs into it. Or at least speed it up. Isn't it? I think it's a 2-tick action already. Then increase the amount per tick or let action last longer, make 1500 per tick instead of 150. That could be a good solution too. So if you're bank standing or do have a long period of time that you could make that. Kind of like what they did with the rubium cannons, because you can smith that stuff for like 2 minutes now, right? It's a very long automated process and it's completely stackable, so if that's going to be the new standard, then yeah, I don't see why you couldn't just take out the headless arrows and let you do do it 100 times rather than 10 at a time. Or hear me out. Just let it run. If I want to AFK 30 minutes making arrow shafts and I have a full stack, let me do it. Why do I need to? There's plenty of activities that you can AFK for 30 minutes now. It's just making arrow shafts. And it's not like you're doing some crazy XP. Exactly. So let me do arrow shafts for 30 minutes. And it's not like fletching is a low XP meta, that if you're getting 30k per hour fletching because you can do headless arrows like that constantly for 30 minutes straight with no breaks. Fletching, if you're doing it actively, is 700,000, 800,000, a million plus if you're using darts, right? It's not a slow skill at all anyway, so you're getting a free, quote-unquote, 30k per hour, who cares? Different story if you're talking a free, 30k per hour mining where you're not doing anything. Well, that's basically star mining. You're clicking once every 7 minutes or something. Or like the Narda Herbler XP, give you arrow shafts and feathers plus an amount equal to headless arrows back. See, now we're back to the arrows being very heavily weighted around the assumption that you're making the shafts of the headless arrows again. So if they go and they change the head arrows XP to compensate for that, I think it'd be okay. The problem is all the people that currently have a bunch of headless arrows that they made in prep for making the final product, and now it's just like, oh yeah, sorry, all that banked XP you had is just like cut in a third because of this change. Sorry. So yeah, I don't think they could do that. Nope, that is not pretty mage. Humble mage hit. Yeah, you'd have riots in Falador if I just hope that this Seeker Era update isn't annoying to do and apply to existing arrows. I probably won't do it to Amethyst. So I've got roughly 60,000 dragon with another 1,000 in the wings. I think at this point going forward, I'll probably be using dragon for everything. There's no reason not to at this point. That's still gonna be a lot of arrows to convert to Seeker arrows, man. What'd you find were the hardest CAs to get your GM grind? I'm getting close. With about 60 CAs left. So one of the hardest ones is Perfect Top, and there's two reasons for it. One, your gear and being able to out DPS stuff just means that the fights don't last as long, but you still have to do the mechanics. You can't out DPS avoiding mechanics and doing things the right way. And there are strats for dealing with some of the rooms and making it so that you can do them consistently, but you can still hit the brick wall of Zarpus and he just decides to spawn the exhumes in shit spots, and there's a lot of dumb stuff that can happen there. You got to find two other people that kind of know what they're doing or are of similar mindset. They're gonna go with this, and more than likely you're gonna have to stick it out for a few hours while you try to figure out and get a good run going. So getting a group, having all three of you play perfectly, Perfect theater is pretty difficult. I struggled most with reinforcements from Coliseum. For a single CA, I would say it probably took me the longest. It was well over 20 hours for me to get that one. And the reason for that was twofold. One, getting the right invocations to show up was a struggle. And then two, and it happened on a couple occasions, I just would be a fucking brainlet when I got to Soul and just waste the run. Because I couldn't figure out how to deal with bees and stuff during the fight effectively. And then because you're going for bees you're going for bees relatively early, you're having to, your waves are a lot slower and it just takes a long time. So I really did not like doing reinforcements. I got the Color Green logged, mainly Inferno left for me. I'm not great at Inferno. Yeah, let's see. Inferno, which ones did I struggle with? I had Jad hands doing the Jad, what are you doing here? That's the don't kill the Jad during Zuck. It took me 2 tries for that one. And the second time, it was just constantly telling myself in my head, okay, just stay with the shield, stay with the shield, stay with the shield. Oh, Jad's coming up, stay with the shield. Everything else is kind of secondary to those 2 things, and just take your time with it. And, push through, do a lot of DPS so that you can kill him before the second set spawns. The sub 50 HP one, that one for me was just the stars aligned, and I just got it. I tanked so many hits, like I tanked 2 off-prayer melee hits, and they both hit 0, so I tanked them. I think I tanked a Jad hit and a Zuck hit, and it's one of those situations where it's just like I was destined to get it, I guess, because there's no way anybody else would survive this shit. Oh, and then, to top it off, that was also the same KC. I got the pet too, so that was fun. Oh, hi. I didn't really struggle with the melee one. I did the no melee dig one on the same one went back and got my Bofa kill, the no Tiba one, budget setup. And that was just, again, you gotta play a little more dangerously. One of the tricks that one of the big takeaways I learned doing Inferno like that is as soon as you learn how to one-tick alternate flick, the blobs disappear. And if you can do that consistently, you can ignore blobs and focus on whatever else you need to focus on. Oops, shit. I died a few times on that one. I lose the shield while praying against Chad. Yeah. Yeah, I should have just shot. I didn't really struggle with the melee one. It's kind of trivial now that we have the Noxious Halberd. The main thing is just that you can't just click on a mob when you're hiding on the north side of the pillar because you'll path out the wrong side and then you won't off-tick shit. So you have to manually path out every time and just know and get a good feel for where you're going to end up when you start attacking from this spot. Because you always want to end one tile away from whatever's in front. You can't kill the stuff in the back, so you have to just deal with whatever's in front. Oftentimes you'd want to focus whatever's in the back, because that helps you off-tick it really easily. Or there's a major in the back. And you just kind of got to deal with whatever's in front. All very good tips. I appreciate this. Yep. So the Chin one and the no mage one, you'll probably want an SGS, and I would highly recommend just camping a light bearer. because your only way of healing is with SGS. Sorry, melee 2. The melee one. Well, no, I guess you can pray mage, or you can cast blood barrage. It's just kind of difficult because you're in melee armor or melee weapons. Still, I relied heavily on the SGS for those. It's gonna bring SGS and camp lever. Yeah. Yep. You got it. And pretty much every attempt, I would just try to go for the don't fall below 50. Um, the speed one, the trick with that is just always be shooting ABC. uh, stay potted the whole time. Always be shooting something. Try to minimize how much you're blood barraging to get your health back, and just gotta go fast. With all the gear upgrades and all that stuff, it should be easier than it was. I didn't realize we got a second cat in there. I'll be right back. Look at them cuties. I know it's just a black void. You can't really see that, but that's kind of the point. She is grooming him, and he's trying to take a nap. Soon she'll settle down, and then they'll go to sleep. Maybe. Back we go. I was looking back on some of the newer CAs that came out, aside from when I did it last year. Perfect Doom was a nail biter. I, I struggle with Perfect Doom a lot. It's the melee grubs. That's why. The melee grubs, you have to be in melee range. They path through the acid pools. If you don't kill them, they heal him. And if there's some left over at car phase and they heal him, you fail it. Perfect Doom is really annoying. I also wasn't really a big fan of the... You have to fight him with only one-handed melee weapons. I don't have the Mace, obviously, because that's why we're here, so I had to default to both Plate and an Emberlight, which is about 10% worse, so it was okay. But still, you know, V-walking, flinching him the whole time, ugh. I have that one in Doom Racer left to Doom. So the speed task I didn't have too much issue with. I actually enjoyed that one. Because it was, you know, again, just go fast, hit good, and eventually you'll get a good run. Because that one you could just not kill the grubs, let them go in, and then he explodes you, which is kind of fun. Just tanking a 99 to the face 5 waves in a row. I struggled a little bit with the Yama speed tasks, but I wasn't doing any of the fly methods. I was just meleeing both phases with a partner, and then we just, you know, face tanked his melees during the last phase, and eventually we got a few good runs in a row. I wish that one was on your fastest 5 kills you have this, and not 5 in a row. I realize that they're trying to get it so that, okay, you're consistently doing this, but all it amounts to, and it's the same problem with most of the other speed tasks that are just reset until you get Natty Ruby into a Ruby spec and then go from there. Well, if you just have a slow phase 1 or phase 2, you teleport out, you restart the fight, you go again. It's not like you failed the 2 in a row. No, you left before you finished it. And if you don't have a good fast feeling kill, you just you go out, reset, get your spec back, and start again. So it kind of fails on that whole consistency idea that they're going for. I learned the Nullify for Radiant Contract and haven't learned Donafly. Yeah. I was fortunate enough to get in there while the cheese was still a thing, and I just Ruby bolted that whole contract. Which, you know, you don't have to do the melee. That's the Glyphic Attenuation one, I think. You don't have to melee them. It's heavily implied that that's what you should be doing. We had a clanmate, he just did Mage Method, and it took him like 20 minutes, including a very long P3. But if you have Confliction Gauntlets now, you can just miss and then get double accuracy, miss and then you get double accuracy. And it takes a while, but you can still do it with the cheese method. That whole thing falls into the category of abuse early, abuse often. Well, she was gonna take a nap. Cat, stop playing with that, please. That foam is not a toy. Hey, stop! Put it. I wasn't going to get GM, but after I achieved Blorva, I felt like it was possible, especially considering I'm not good at the game. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hazard to say everybody can get GM, but it is just a very long grind if you work towards it with you know, clear focus and dedication to improving. I think most people could. It's just a matter of taking things one task at a time. That's like eating an elephant, right? You're not gonna get it done in a month, in a week. Hey, Bona. Good luck today, thank you. Are you done causing mischief? I hear jingles back there, I can't. What do you see over there? Ah, I didn't kill you because I wasn't potted. Oh my goodness. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and it's not Totoro doing it this time either. It's Mochi. He's trying to sleep. Just let him sleep. You too, let her sleep now if she's trying to sleep. Everyone thinks she's so innocent. Yeah, well, she's not as outgoing as he is. They are from the same litter, though, so... And still kittens. Yeah, I'm not sure once they get to be full size if they're both going to be able to fit in that bed. Maybe cats are liquid. It depends on Maine Coon Toto is. Would have been followed at 3 mil fishing. Hello? He's gotten 2 herons before 80 something. No, grats. Wait, what the fuck? Yes, exactly. Wait, was that his second or his third? So, Chris, I got another one of those. Oh, you gotta mail in the rollover check, right? I'm waiting for the email to say if you don't do so in X amount of time, then we're just gonna cancel the transaction or whatever. It's like, I have it. It's right. Well, I have the envelope right there to send you it. I just haven't gotten the check yet, guys. And we discussed this in our phone conversation a month ago that it wasn't gonna be done for a month. Anyway, it's just a daily reminder. Hey, we haven't gotten the rollover check yet. It's like, yes, because I haven't gotten it yet. I haven't lost the envelope. I got the thing from you. I just it's like I still haven't heard back from the old payroll yet. It's like I would really like to see what that last pay stub was. Yeah, I'm gonna probably take a couple hours on Tuesday and just do a bunch of phone calls. Because I have that one at 2 o'clock, whatever it is in the afternoon, and then I'll just make 3 other phone calls and just get it done. Oops. Oh, I also didn't see this. Techie also got his quiver today. Or not today. Today? Yesterday. Nice. Totoro sleeping with his eyes slightly open. Finally at the super glass make stage. I feel like I made it out of the trenches having to manually make glass at a furnace. What are your thoughts on the upgrades, rewards, raids, for it's going to bring? Is there a blog about it? Or just what do I think that they're going to be? Just ask your projection. Okay. So I think with the summer sweep up and them talking about Vasani and potentially taking 2 of the orbs off of Vasani's table and making the harm 3 times more common, to the point where the mace is 2 times more rare than a harm now, implies to me that they're going to be creating some sort of magical elemental weakness set, or at the very least a magic armor that gives extra damage to standard spells. And as a related to that, standard spell is becoming a lot more useful, and the Fortic Harm is going to be like best in slot for a lot of places. Sorry, I went to an ad now. We need to have that Nightbot thing you were talking about, Krista. Oh, it's phase 3. It was Streamlabs at that? Oh. What you're saying is, I need to figure it out. Okay. More Zami Brews. G-Man, if you're in here, stop! It's like a third one today. Which I didn't hear that. Okay. First thoughts would be, if you have any Prime, or if you like the sub, that would offer ad previewing. Second would be Streamlabs. Oh, you're giving me more notes to think about. Okay. So I got Streamlabs. I also need to get the middle monitor thing fixed with a different scene. Anyway. So the orbs. So Fasani, they're projecting, or they're talking about removing 2 of the orbs, making harm 3 times more common, which would make it twice more common than the mace. The mace becomes the most rare thing from this table then. And so from raids, I think we're going to see an elemental armor set. I'll work out later and I'm ready for another 6 hours. Nice. And so the armor set, I think at minimum, will be Virtus with base 2% damage and 3% to standard spells. So you would get an additional 6% to standard spells over Ancestral at minimum. You could potentially see an offhand or something along those lines to increase elemental weakness effectiveness. Maybe the armor itself has that with a full set. I don't know. But the fact that they're making harm 3 times more common kind of implies that elemental weakness is just... it's gonna be important in some way. That's the only reason I can think of. So if they were to have the rewards reversed, and let's say the raids rewards came out this week and then next week was going to be the summer sweep up, people would have a fucking riot if that armor set is on there as a potential reward. Because then people are going to run the calcs and they're going to be like, harm is best slot everywhere. Ugh, I don't want to do 1600 Pisani for a harm. Well, you're not going to have to do 1600 Pisani for a harm. It's only going to be like 500 Pisani, so... I think that's the only way that an armor set would sell, is if the harm, which needs to be used in conjunction with it, is a lot more common. And so we saw the first half of that already, of, hey, harm is going to be 3 times more common. They've already mentioned potentially having an elemental weakness armor set, mage set. And then this also acts as a somewhat of a side grade over Ancestral, because Ancestral has base 3% damage. Ancestral would still be the go-to for powered staffs and non-elemental weakness type stuff. And who knows, maybe then we'll get a third armor set for Arceus spells and Demon Bane stuff to fit the trio, you know? So that is one thing I think is pretty likely, that the mage set will be it'll be a mage armor set. It'll be tied to elemental weakness and or standard spells. Everybody's talking about a crush-based armor set, which again would imply that Pisani for Inquisitor is going to be very important. And you know, another thing that talked about was breaking up the Inquisitor armor set bonus and just giving it flat strength, kind of like Oathplate is. So it'd be the equivalent to Oathplate for strength bonus. And there would be no bonus damage for crush-based weapons. Because if they are going to make a two-handed crush-based mega rare, maybe that somehow messes with it, makes it too good, and makes Inquisitor feel like it's required. And so I think they're trying to manage a few things like that with this potential Fasani change. Because you got to ask, why now? Like they've taken 2 or 3 passes at Fasani, making drops more common, making the fight faster, and now they're talking about removing an orb. Why was that not the first? Well, because harm is important. It's going to be important. Inquisitor is going to be important. Crush is going to be important. They're going to start adding some crush-focused bosses, and more than just hey, it's 10 weaker to crush than it is to slash, because then people are just going to use slash with Oathblade. It needs to be like Fasani here, where it's 200-300 stat difference between slash and crush, so that you have to use crush. You're not going to hit with slash. That sort of ham-fisted crush-based bosses they need to add in order to make it worthwhile. Too many updates in the last year or two have been around. Oh yeah, this boss is weaker to stab. And then you look closer at the stats and it's like 10, maybe 15 weaker. It's like, okay, so that's effectively no difference. Okay. Oh yeah, Frost Dragons are weaker to crush. Yes, but the amount of stats that you get on Lance and Stab more than makes up for it. So actually there is no difference between Stab and Crush with Lance, unless you have Inquisitor. So what weakness again? You think they'll make any upgrades or defensive bonuses to Inquisitors? I would love to see them allow us to break down Justiciar and add the defenses to it. Maybe not bring it in line with how tanky Justiciar was. Just keep that as like the actual tank set. Maybe bring it in line with what Oathplate is. Because as far as terms of tankiness, Torva is, or sorry, Justiciar, which I don't have in here, is the tankiest one. Torva is like the next best thing because it's like a very upgraded Bandos, but it's not quite as tanky as Justiciar, if I remember. Next down is Oathplate. I think this is slightly less than Bandos, so Bandos would be between them. And then Inquisitor is like paper thin, and your ranged armor, Masori, and even the old Armadillo is tankier than Inquisitor. So I think adding Justiciar to this and at least bringing it in line with what Oathplate is would be good. It would also bring some more value to Justiciar as a raid drop, and yeah. But yeah, I would like to see it more than a level 30 defense tanky thing. Obviously, when you reinforce it with Justiciar, it would need to have the defensive requirements increased. What is Oathplate anyway? Does it have its own special 78? So it would bring it up to 78. What's Justiciar? 75? See, that's a question then. Why is Oathplate so much higher? It's so much worse defense than just this year. Exactly, I was hoping for the Missouri and Mardell effect, yeah. Especially makes no sense if they force crush-based content on us, make us wear paper thin gear. See, you say that, but then they were trying to give us Missouri. Were you around when they were originally proposing Missouri? They had an idea to make it sort of similar to Darox, where it did more damage the lower your HP was. And it was originally a two-piece armor set, a chest and a legs, and then the third piece was a necklace, and the necklace would slowly damage you and bring you down to sub 50 HP. That was their whole thing. And they were on that kick for a long time of, well, there's a trade-off. You're going to do a glass cannon build. You're going to be low defense and have better crush bonus. That's what Inquisitor was supposed to be. And then this Missouri thing is, yeah, it's going to be okay, but you're going to be at 50 HP the whole time. So you got to be very, very cautious. It's like, well, if you're doing challenge mode Chambers of Xeric, his max hit is over that. So you're risking getting just one shot with nothing, no power of being able to mitigate that just because you're sitting at such low HP. So they walked it back and said, okay, well, instead of that, it's just a direct upgrade over Armadillo, no negative melees, better defense, better range strength bonus. So they made it to where it is now. But originally it was going to be a low HP camping range set. But that sort of misguided design is why I really want to see them give us those raid rewards, the ones that they're proposing, sooner rather than later. And it sounds like we're probably getting them this upcoming week, if not the week after. So we're going to see them soon, at least their initial ideas. It sounds like they have them already figured out. They're just working on some concept art to kind of try and sell the idea of them, which is cool. We really need to get our hands on them on a PTR as soon as possible, so we can give that feedback and tell them that glass cannon builds like Missouri are just not are not acceptable. Pretty stoked to hear the rewards. Me too. I'm hoping there's like 7. You know, 7 seems to be a good sweet spot for raid rewards. I don't think they should feel obligated to offer a mega rare. If they break the mold with this one and say, hey, there's going to be no mega rare. Like, I'm not saying there can't be something that's super rare, but I'm talking our idea of a mega rare where it's a big two-handed super duper weapon. Like that sort of idea of a mega rare. If they step away from with this one, then they're free to design whatever they want for Raids 5. If they set in stone that every rare must have a mega rare weapon, then you're causing a future for you're causing a problem for your future self, because they were already talking this time around how hard it is to create a mega rare space, a mega rare for that space. That would make sense and not encroach on the existing ones. So then just don't. Like, just leave these as the current ones, and when you have a good idea, maybe then introduce it, but don't feel like you're forced to. And if they break the mold with this one and don't give a mega rare weapon, that is, then they're free to do that going forward. Oh, you're not done yet. Which one? Play fine with raids, upgrading current gear. I feel like the combat styles are very balanced currently. I don't know if balance is the right word I'd use, but they're also definitely afraid of adding a stab-based armor. So we have Crush, Inquisitor, Oathplate, Slash. If they ever add anything with stab, it's just... Unfortunately, it means that Fang is just getting so much better. No matter what they add. Which is kind of the same problem they had with Shadow, right? Oh, that was another thing I didn't see in the Summer Sweep Up, now that I think about it. They didn't talk about the Shadow. They've been talking for months about, oh yeah, we're gonna have to rebalance that at some point this year, and then they just didn't mention it at all. Oh, you know what? Maybe if this mage armor set comes out with the harm and everything, and out DPS's Shadow when you have all that gear, maybe then Shadow becomes irrelevant. I don't know. Because, this new mage gear would have less mage damage than Ancestral, of course. Maybe the problem fixes itself. I wouldn't mind seeing a 3-tick melee weapon at some point that actually has some stats to it. I'm missing one again. 1 damage off. Alright, which one of you did it? One of them farted. I don't know which one. Stinky, stinky babies. My goodness. Oh, Con. Come on. There's no way. Like, do I hold him in too high a standard that I just... But this is sort of my complaint with him. It's just dumb little things like this. Seriously. There's no way you didn't know that. And I can't tell if he's just trolling us or if that is actually legit. Oops. The boss is too hard, man. Damn it. Oh, yeah, that was good. Ah, yep. Arrogant. Too arrogant. What's the lore behind my game name? So, back when magazines were a thing and, gamers would sub to ones like Game Informer and Nintendo Power and that sort of stuff. I was a Nintendo kid, and there was a company that pulled out a full-page ad in there called Songbird Ocarinas, and their whole shtick was they made not quite lore accurate, but good working ocarinas that were shaped and sounded like the Ocarina of Time, because that was around that time. Anyway, so I bought one of those. It's sitting on the shelf over there. But there was another one that I bought that was a smaller ocarina, and it's a pendant ocarina. And it is Raku fired. Sorry, I should probably do this. It's a Raku pendant ocarina. And that is where the name came from. I have the prop because it gets asked enough, or relatively often. You're also a huge Ocarina of Time fan? Nice. It is a good game. It was... I get them confused because they're around the same time, and then... So I got the Ocarina of Time End Master Quest, the 2-game disc. And then there was another disc that was, I think, a reward from signing up for a year of the magazine. And that was the 4 collections, Zelda 1, 2, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask. And the other one was from pre-ordering Wind Waker, I believe. Or no, sorry, maybe the 4 one was from pre-ordering, because I think there was also a demo for Wind Waker on it. And then from signing up for Nintendo for a year, I think I got the Ocarina of Time Master Quest disc. I think we all had a virtual crush on Zelda. I mean, intentionally good-looking princess. Yes, you'd be crazy not to. Like we say about Lara Croft's square boobs and all. I hope they do the Legend of Zelda movie justice. They're making one live action now, so the fight with Ganon will forever be burned into my brain. Oh yeah. What do you mean I can't use this fairy? I've been able to Z-target the entire game, and now one boss at the very end. Such bullshit, man. I guess that was Ganondorf, not Ganon. GM, how's the grind? We are in a flow state, my guy. Done pretty good. Just don't go back in the stream about 3 minutes. That's all. Oh. Power swap. It's got to be in like the high 70% of the damage that I take has just been from prayer swaps, not realizing that it went out, not realizing it turned off. Mechanic is hard, man. Hi, Galactinum. Thank you. Just realized my last drop is actually wrong. Last drop. Yeah, no, that's wrong. Hold on. Edit, last drop. There. Oh, telling you, it's very swamp. Man gets a hilt and then a sword. It's got a green log zilly today. This boss ain't so bad, he says. Bass. I will be right back. And we're back. Interesting. Why the Sarah cape? That's weird. Hey, Yasara, thanks for the Prime sub. I beat the alert. Welcome in. Oh, you know what it is? So Streamlabs has been doing this weird thing lately where it makes me log in every day now. So I popped up the Twitch notifications instead. I enjoy your YouTube series, listen to all them lately, so I thought I'd drop my Prime quickly. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. You've got 2 more videos in the works. Sony one's mostly edited up until my current one, but I really would just like to do the whole Fasani video at once, and, you know, unfortunately we're waiting on a jar and a mace, so it's been taking longer than I was hoping at this point. And then I've been writing a script for my ideas for a jewel crafting minigame. I'll probably put the finishing touches on it in the next couple days, the script that is. And then next week start trying to get some B-roll footage and compile it all together, hopefully. I was gonna do a gauntlet video, but then the blog came out. It's like, yeah, we're gonna change how gauntlet works. So, all right, I guess we'll wait, wait for that. Make a new one once all the changes have been implemented. That one, I'm hoping they've made the changes before bingo. Next month, mid next month, we have a bingo coming up. And typically part of bingo prep is send one corrupted gauntlet because you can pre-open it. Or you can preload a chest and then open it right at bingo start so you get the drop. And so it's just, I need 2 birds, 1 stone. I'll do that for the bingo, and then also capture the footage for a quick walkthrough. Oh, it's gonna be so good. I can't wait. Anybody that hasn't done the gauntlet grind yet or in the middle of it, you may want to wait until that, because just the fact that all the resources are going to be stackable is huge. So much less inventory management you got to deal with. Oh, I switched because I go, oh, XP drop. Surely it's dead. Nope. It's a lot of this. Just trust the shadow hits. Inside. Wake up. Now what did I miss? What? Why am I getting dragged into this? I wasn't even a part of the conversation. Catching strays and I'm not even in the clan chat. What the hell? No, I don't want. That's gonna be mean. I will tell you and not the client chat. So if anybody's listening here in your client chat, you get the. I was going to type something along the lines of, "Is it really carrying if the raid is full of a bunch of learners?" I would like a jewel crafting minigame to use all my gems on my iron. Unfortunately, the first crafting minigame is about the golem crafting. Do you think? Did you bank any first in your 100 grind? No. But yeah, exactly to your point, that's why the minigame, that's why I want to create a jewel crafting minigame like that. Uh, because goldsmithing is what most people do. You use up all your gold ore. It's the highest XP per hour you can get with gold. And then you have just a bunch of bars left over that you're not going to use. And then on the other side, for the longest time, we've had uncut gems, and cutting gems is a really good crafting recipe, so you do that. But then the cut gems sit in your bank, because making the jewelry part is very, very slow. I guess it's 3 ticks per, but it's a 13-13 action, which requires a lot of banking, and there's no real good furnace that's close to a bank like that. And so the cut gems just sit in your bank, and unfortunately now their attitude towards boss drop tables is that they want to give as few finished bankable goods as they can, so they started dropping cut gems now, which I don't like. I don't like them dropping that. If you're gonna give me gems, at least make them uncut. And if they are gonna be cut gems, at least make them silver gems, right? Like red topaz. Anyway, so this minigame, the idea is to hope to address both of those and allow you to do jewel crafting. And one of the ideas, or one of the parts of the minigame, is that the bank is really close to a furnace, or not a furnace, but a machine that's specifically designed around making jewelry. And it comes with its own molds, so immediately you're unlocking 1414 jewel crafting, which is, you know, one more that you can craft per inventory. It'll speed up the process, maybe once you get an outfit, to a 2-tick process instead of 3-tick process. And ideally, for me, this would be the avenue for which they can introduce infinite versions of the lower tier jewels, or lower tier jewelry. Because I do not like, oh yeah, 8 charges and then it breaks, and 5 charges and then it breaks. I really hate chargescape, especially micro chargescape that is jewelry. And I don't really want just a chargeable version of it, because for me, chargeable version is just one more thing I have to manage. It's better than micro chargescape, but it's still something that you have to manage and pay attention to. And oh, it's low on charges, I should make more. Anyway, so this would be a good avenue, I think, to create infinite versions of them as far as the reward space goes. I do have a thematic reason of why that would be the case. You know, some of the lore behind this mysterious machine that is pressing the gold into jewels and stuff like that, and why it was created in the first place. And anyway. But like I said, I'm still writing the script on that, so we'll see. We'll see how that turns out. But yeah, I'm not. I don't know what to think about this golem crafting thing. Unfortunately, when they try to write down what the process looks like and how it works, everything sounds like Wintertodt on paper. That was one of the main complaints about Temperos and even Guardians of the Rift, is that if you boil it down and try to write it on paper, it's like it all sounded like Wintertodt. This is fishing Todd. This is runecrafting Todd. That's how how the community described it. Until you get your hands on it and actually experience it, it's really hard to judge. So I will reserve judgment until I get to that point. On your question of the furs, no, I banked them, or I brought a fur sack with when I was doing dashing kebits, and I banked them just as I don't want to have to drop them every time I kill them, and so it was just a reduction in inventory management is the only reason I even banked them at first. And then once the hunter gun was done, well, these furs are useless, so get rid of them. Duh. Yeah, no, I don't have any of those furs, unfortunately. But since the goat is getting a pet to it, for some reason they're giving Hunter a 4th pet now. I will be able to bank some furs from that, I guess. But, you know, I don't think that the minigame is going to be... Or it shouldn't be entirely balanced around that, and maybe it's a... Well, then again, Veiled Totems was very heavily weighted around decorating for not only XP and points. I hope it's not that. If so, if you need furs to get a good XP per hour there, it's just not going to be viable for me. 1 second here. A universal mold would make a nice little reward as well. Sort of, except maybe if it was equipable. If you could equip a mold like that, the point of having the machines supply their own molds is so that you free up another inventory space. Before we got the costume needle, one of my old suggestions for crafting was like a needle and thread as a single item, and you just use spools of thread on the needle. And they must have taken that as an idea and said, all right, well, thread is like 1 GP each, and you only use a fraction of it per body, so let's just eliminate the need for thread entirely and just give you this needle that does the same process without it. And now you have 27 inventory spaces instead of 26, and that's important because it's a multiple of 3, and now you can do 9 dragon hides, or 9 hide things per inventory, rather than 8 with 2 hides left over. So like it solved that, And I think by moving the mold to either, again, you have it equipped like a universal mold, like you said, or just in this machine just has its own molds, and you don't even need to bring a mold. Then you free up one more inventory space. So you can do 26, 26. Another part of this mini or of this machine is that you're going to upgrade it slowly. You're only going to be able to make rings at first, and then as you progress through the mini game, and as the shop owner that owns the machine makes some more money from selling the jewelry that you're making, then he can expand and get the other the other three molds unlocked. And then once all three of them are unlocked, the next upgrade would be some sort of hopper that stores cosmic runes or something. And when you're crafting a jewelry, now it's crafting it in an enchanted form. And that process of not only crafting the jewelry but then enchanting it is so time consuming, and you would not get magic XP for it enchanting it for you, but it saves a whole step there, and you just got to supply the cosmic runes, and then you just get the final product. Now, the thematic reason of unlocking the eventual infinite versions of these things is that there's a rare chance, let's say 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 3,000, whatever they deem as acceptable enough, that the magic does something weird. And the whole point of this machine's origin and why it was created was to try and stabilize the lower tiers of jewelry, because for whatever reason, amulets are infinite. They give their bonuses, they don't degrade, whatever. But as soon as you start to shape it into different forms, that creates an instability, and that's why the jewels in those shapes can only sustain their effect for a little bit of time. And this machine was gonna try and figure out a way to make it stable, and the way that it decided to do this, or the way that the designer of it decided to do it, is just through sheer repetition, and introduce a little magic while it's enchanting it, and occasionally an amalgamation forms, and then you take that amalgamation to the clerk and you go, hey, what's this weird thing? And then the clerk will be like, this looks exactly like, or this looks like something this person might be interested with. And so then you go to, just as a brief example, the Castle Wars bracelet, which isn't all that useful, but if you do a lot of Castle Wars, maybe you'd like that. You take it to Lethasan. Is his name Lethas? The guy in the Castle Wars lobby, I don't know. And then he's like, oh, cool, that's exactly what I was looking for. Then he just enables the Castle Wars bracelet whenever you're doing Castle Wars from then on. You don't even need to wear one. And it's just infinite Castle Wars bracelets, essentially. Um, that's kind of how I'm thinking. And then, there's some other ones, like go talk to the guy at the Duel Arena for the Duel Arena ring. And it's a nice idea to an alternate POH shields. Yeah, I think so. And that's part of why I don't think it'd be too atrocious to have something like that, because POH exists, and you're just one telly away from being able to do it anyways. Plus, you're dumping thousands of your own gems and jewels in it to try and grind it out. I don't think they should make them untradeable, because then normies would get all upset that they have to go do this much jewel crafting for this stuff. It's kind of like the Eternal Glory. Yeah, kind of like the Eternal Glory. Now, that one, I think, is okay staying the 1 in 25k or whatever it is. This would only apply to diamond and below, the breakable jewelry. All the Dragonstone is rechargeable. But that one's okay to be 1 in 25k because you're not losing the Dragonstone amulets. If you're crafting these things, you are losing them. And you'll get the finished product like you normally would. But you are consuming raw resources to be able to do that. And there's 3 different styles and 4 if you're talking the silver jewelry as well. So you're going to go through a lot of gems trying to get all those things. But this would be, again, a good avenue to introduce infinite Bracelet of Slaughter, infinite Expeditious bracelets, the infinite Binding necklace. One of my least favorite things about doing combo runes is having to maintain and keep an eye on my binding necklaces. They really miss an opportunity with that, by the way. They had the Temple of the Eye, that necklace from Guardians of the Rift. That would have been a perfect integration. Just and maybe that's what this thing would do. You get something that you can apply to the Amulet of the Eye from Guardians of the Rift, and now the Amulet of the Eye is the Amulet of Eternal Binding or something along those lines. I don't know. Again, there's you can find a lot of theoretical lore things you can do with this stuff, and this would be the excuse for them to finally do that stuff. Expect those mixology. Yeah, yeah. Same thing. Yeah, with mixology, I was expecting the amulet of not chemistry, the alchemist amulet to be the infinite amulet of chemistry, but no, it's just a chargeable version. So this, when you're making amulets of chemistry with this machine, there's a rare chance that you're going to get some amalgamation that you can take to the herbalists down there, and they would apply it to the alchemist amulet, and now the alchemist amulet has infinite charges. At least make it double. At least it doubles the charges. Yeah, at least it doubles the charges. The thing is, it also procs 3 times more common. So in theory, if you were to use this amulet on every potion that you'd make, you'd actually burn through more amulets than without it. So you get double the charges, but it uses them 3 times as fast. So yeah, and yeah, on the plus side, you are getting more doses out of it. But, you know, doesn't cut down on the number of amulets that you actually need to make. And again, it's not without effort, it's not without input resources. Now you might be wondering, well, what are you going to do with all those thousands of pieces of jewelry that you're making for trying to get to this? Well, that's where that minigame part comes in, because he's owning a jeweler shop, and people are coming in from all over the world looking to get his new high quality jewelry, because you are producing a better quality of jewelry from this rather than by hand at a furnace, you know. And so he's attracting customers with that. So the jewelry that you're making in the minigame, you're gonna be offering to the customers there and turning them in, and since you're supplying the raw resources, he's willing to give you the high alch value of those jewelries. So that's like 60% of whatever the list price is. And maybe if you're using his machine, he gives you 10% more than high alch value. I was also wondering, like, well, what about people that have already made a bunch of jewelry, or what if you want to make them in batches ahead of time or something like that? You could get regular high alch value for using your own jewelry pre-made beforehand. It wouldn't fetch as good of a price as if you had just made it in the minigame itself. And maybe they'd have to make a new item to distinguish the two, that, hey, this is made with the machine. And maybe he wouldn't even let you use it for personal use until the business that he was making or that he was building had gotten to a certain point. And maybe after the machine is fully upgraded and you have the ability to enchant that stuff, at that point he'd be like, hey, good, we're business partners and you can now use it for personal use, or something along those lines. I don't know. Wouldn't mind if the eye locket would combine with infinite binding, though. Add some complete. Yeah, that's what I mean. So this, if you're making binding necklaces with this machine, the machine would misfire, whatever you want to call it, and you'd come up with some necklace amalgamation thing. You take it to the Rift Guardians, and they'd be like, "Oh wow, you know, this looks like a powerful thing that we could combine with the Amulet of the Eye." And then they would do that. Now the Amulet of the Eye is the necklace of eternal binding. Magic is a very unpredictable thing, and through sheer repetition, sometimes the machine will misfire. Anyway, so that's the script I've been working on, and why I really haven't been making a lot of videos. I'm just trying to figure that stuff out. And then I gotta go and make art. Try and illustrate what I'm doing and how it's gonna work. How the minigame is gonna play out, that is. And then since the machine, when it enchants it, doesn't give you magic XP, then level 3 skillers can actually utilize that jewelry. Because their big thing is that they can't do magic, so they can't use enchanted jewelry. And again, it would only apply to the stuff below Dragonstone. Stuff above Dragonstone would still be protected. Humble range hits. You could also just use minor elemental bars to the jewelry. Ah, maybe that would be a good way to introduce this as a post-quest for the Elemental Workshop 3. Or maybe it, that the body, that stuff in Elemental Workshop, that's where the machine originated. See, that's a good idea. And that would be the location for the shop then. It'd be in Sears. Someone not streaming DMM. is that this weekend? Or is that starting now already? See, DMM is just not... All-Star started this morning. Ah, that's why so many people are live, yeah. You can also have it create a new minigame only jewelry. Like Giant's Foundry and Mastering Mythology does with your resources. You bring in, have it sell for profit, maybe create a necklace bracelets. Yeah, but I also wanted to integrate the ability to use your own jewelry. And that's where I was thinking, like, if you're making stuff with the machine, you couldn't use it outside of that place. At least not at first. Or bracelets would use several gems in the process of making it. That was something else I had considered too. Like I was thinking, sort of like a Giant's Foundry thing, where you'd make like a giant tiara and you'd socket it in with your gems. I just couldn't think of a good gameplay loop that wasn't just open up an interface and then plug in your stuff, right? I wanted it to be more in the game world and just working at a station. And not reliant so heavily on heads-up displays and interfaces like Giant's Foundry is. I think that's one of its drawbacks, actually. You're so focused on that bar at the top, you're not even really looking at the world itself. Elemental Workshop, but sounds doable. Yeah. Mix between Gnome Restaurant. Yeah, exactly. We all know how much Gnome Restaurant is a fan favorite. Oh, and then so with the machine too. So since the machines have different stations, so there'd be a station for each. It'd be the necklace, mole, amulet, whatever. Oh, and then another thing too about the amulets, it would automatically string your amulets when you make it too. Just cut that annoying part out of the process. Since each station is specific to a piece of jewelry, it would just automatically start crafting it when you click on the station with the bar and a gem in your inventory. It would start at the top, work its way down. So if you wanted to, if you saw that the customer line wanted 2 rings, a necklace, and a bracelet, you would just set the gems up in that order, click twice on the... you just bounce around the stations like that, and then you go down the line and feed the customers. Supply the customers. So that you're not pulling up the make X, make 1. It would just... You click on it, it makes 1. You click on it, it makes 1. Now to avoid the spam clicking, because if after you're done with the minigame you don't care about the points, let's say, and you're just trying to get those pieces of jewelry, maybe you could switch, or maybe you could interact with the machine and just make all when you click on it. If you're trying to just grind one out, maybe. Whatever the product is, you would want to make it. Let's see. It has to be it has to be tradable to be noted. Would you want? See, this is why I like bouncing ideas off someone. I'm not just doing this in a vacuum. Um, Ability to mold system like Foundry, we make minigame more efficient. So you go, yeah. So I think one of the unlocks would be normally the making a piece of jewelry process is a 3-tick process, and maybe the machine makes it 2-tick, and maybe with the outfit after time, you just click on the machine and makes makes that jewelry, and it makes one. So that there's no interface that pulls up, hey, how many you want to make? No, you just click on the thing, it makes one. That's the process I want to see. You click on it, he goes clink clink clunk clunk. Hey, here you go. You got the piece of jewelry. Because you're making them to order with the customers that are lined up there. Maybe you'll make a batch of 5 or 6 of them if there's customers all at the counters, and then you go bam, 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 bam down the line, go restock. Next set of customers comes in. And keep in mind, for every one of these things, you're getting elk value and, maybe elk value plus 10% for doing it in this minigame, selling to these customers. So you'll be generating a decent chunk of money, too. And the reason why I don't think that's a problem is because if you have a large variety of jewelry like that already made, you could go to Mark to Wait in the Rogue's Den and spam click sell 1 per world or sell 5 per world and then hop worlds and do it again. So if you already have the gems, you're already making the jewelry, it's not really going to be adding anything extra on top of that to the economy, even for normies. The people that buy bracelets just to elk for something to elk are not going to be affected by this because they're already doing that. Possibly integrate the mind elemental bars. See, I like where your head's at. When was the last time you made an elemental or a mind bar? You're not gonna want to do that in large quantities, and given that there's 30 pieces of jewelry, I don't really want to do that process 30 times. The elemental bar is not so bad, because that's just get coal with an elemental ore from the golem, throw it in the furnace, and you're good to go. It's the mind one that takes fucking forever. You have to go through every station, one at a time, open up the door, throw it in, quench the water, throw it through the air tunnels, and then sap your magic energy to infuse it with mind energy. Like, that's awful. You did, last time you did was to get the shield, yeah, so it's been a while, man. So yeah, actually, but by putting it behind Elemental Workshop, one, that would give an incentive to finally do that thing, and two, it does help me identify where it could be location-wise, because two things, I wanted to keep it so that level 3 skillers could get to it, so there's no strict requirement from that. Although, how do level 3s can do Elemental Workshop 1, right? They just gotta, like, poison dynamite the golems or some shit. It's a good excuse to speed up the quest. Yeah. Because all the locations for where you take the amalgam to get that infinite version are accessible by level 3s. The exceptions being things like the Abyss. You have to go to the Dark Mage to give him the Abyss to get the Abyssal Bracelet. Because if you're doing the Abyss, you already have access to it, so it's not really a concern. Same thing with the Flame Tear Bracelet. You have to go to Pastradamus and or Drazel and Pastradamus, which requires you to do the Mauritania intro quest. But if you're doing the Apharides Aid, that piece of jewelry, you already have access to Martania, or you will want access to Martania anyways, because that's where vampires are. So like, I didn't think that was a big step up. So level 3 skillers don't have access to Martania anyway, so it's whatever. So minor exceptions like that, but the rest of them are all accessible, and you can walk there and get to all the locations where those items are relevant. And then obvious ones that would be broken if they were infinite versions, you got to add some sort of cooldown to them. So if you're using the Phoenix necklace, you got to have a minute cooldown or 2-minute cooldowns before that particular one can be procced again. I realize that people can just spam that, but you got to have some limit to it and have a large cooldown or something. If you're going to want to spam it, you're going to want to bring regular Phoenix necklaces, because each one of those is an inventory spot. I wonder if you can make a Slayer reward for expeditious slaughters, like 100 or 200 points. So in addition to this minigame, you mean you take it to the Slayer Master and unlock the ability to make it, kind of like the Eternal Gem, you mean? For the Infinite one, yeah. Yeah, maybe the amalgamation for those two is just some sort of extra infused version of a topaz and an opal, which you can then combine with the bracelet with the Slayer unlock. That's good. Whatever the Slayer gem perk would be, that would be the same price. Or maybe if you already have that unlocked, you can make Slayer related jewelry, including that one. So if you have the ability to make the Slayer rings, you would already have the ability to do this. Oh, good. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, well, I should still be able to survive, I think. Oh, baby. I don't think I've ever missed 3 before. So good to know. You can survive 3. Ouch is right. Where's that script? This one. I really wish this was the mace it could have been. Yeah. Okay, where is Opal? Not Opal. Acceleration, yeah. Bracelet of Acceleration. You'd get the Eternal Opal, and then make it into that. And then same thing with the Topaz. The Bracelet of Annihilation, you get Eternal Topaz. So here's the thought then. What if you just have a chance to get an Eternal Sapphire, Eternal Emerald, Eternal Ruby, and at that point you could decide, hey, I want to turn this into a Games Master necklace, or I want to take it in, turn it into a Necklace of Eternal Binding. You take that Eternal Gem, and then it doesn't really matter which piece of jewelry you're making, because it would kind of suck if you're doing the minigame and oh, he has he wants a ring, so I make an emerald ring, and shit, I got another emerald ring. I got another what did I call it? I got another dual master ring. It would suck to have a duplicate of that, which you could sell, but still, maybe yeah, eternal gems would be better. So instead of getting an amalgamation, you get eternal gem. Should the eternal gems jewelry be tradable then? I think both should be. Are any wait, hold on, are any of the jewelries untradeable? The dig site's untradeable. Are any of the other ones untradeable? The Nature's Amulet? Amulet Bounty? I don't think so. Wait, Nature's Amulet. Which one's Nature's Amulet? Amulet of Nature. That's something else. That's an amulet. Emerald amulet with a magic string to make a pre-nature amulet. Does this have limited charges? I don't think this has limited charges. No, you just bind it to one patch, and so it's such a kind of again, one of the thematic things about this is that amulets, all the amulets, are eternal. They're already, because for some reason the circular shape of gold or silver around that gold around that amulet of those gems makes it eternal, except for the silver side. Silver's not as stable. So that is the amulet of magic, the amulet of defense, amulet of strength, and the amulet of accuracy. No, that's not right. What's the diamond one? Glory. No, power. Amulet of power. Those, all four of those are already eternal. So on those jewelries, you're only focusing on the rings, bracelets, and necklaces. Something about the shape difference makes them unstable. Power, yeah. And then silver is not as... Silver is a lot more chemically reactive than gold is. But yeah, I like the idea of eternal sapphires, eternal emeralds. That would give you the flexibility to make whatever you want. You need to think about how to tie in the silver gems, though, because you're... Maybe it's a later unlock. Maybe the later unlocks... Whatever, there's a way to tie in Zen and Onyx. I didn't want to do that, because they're kind of their own processes. That's why I capped it at diamond. I didn't want to encroach on dragon stones and that. I'd much rather have the eternal combat bracelet and um, wealth and skills necklace come from somewhere else. And Zenit jewelers are eternal. Yeah, yeah. But I had considered, you know, maybe some way to use up onyxes and stuff. But the thing is, at least the way that I had it envisioned and set up was that customers are going to come in, their outfit matches the gem that they're looking for, and then I think their pose is what's going to identify what piece of jewelry that they're looking for, and then you get a craft. And if you have someone that's requesting an onyx, as an Ironman, are you really gonna want to go spend 3 mil to go buy an onyx to then sell it for alch value? I don't think so. So this again was just trying to use up the non-Dragonstone level gems because they just sit in your bank and don't do anything. Okay. Wonder if the elemental bars binds with it with eternal gems then. The lore using silver gold would be wasteful. You really like the elemental bars. If it wasn't so annoying to make them, I would say sure. It just makes sense. I want the process quest. Yeah. So we need to find some post quest thing that would make the process not so annoying. Once, like, doing it once during the quest, I think would be fine, because that, it's solving a puzzle and figuring out that's a cool, fine. It was not meant to be done 50 times over. And even the 3 times that we had to do it for getting a mind tail and getting a mind shield, it was kind of annoying. Um, and so maybe post-quest, the solution would be you just enter in the elemental bar and it just does the whole process for you. You just get it at the end, so you don't have to go through the manual process every time. I'm not done yet. Maybe in the minigame it tie with a new process. Okay. Do like the blast furnace, you pay people to do the steps. Again. I think it's just, again, an order of magnitude. Blast furnace, you're doing tens of thousands of bars over the course of many hours. This, you're only going to do it 20 times. But just having to do that old Elemental Workshop 2 thing 20 times is just really, really tedious and kind of annoying. You saw how many people were complaining about doing Oath Plate to make one piece and how involved that was. Elemental Workshop 2 is a longer process. I wonder if the Tower of Life can have lore implications to the gem in place. Oh boy. Because, well, I'm really liking the Elemental Workshop idea, because the premise is that there's this long forgotten Elemental Workshop. What were they doing here? Why were they doing this? Why was it built here of all places? What was its purpose? I'd rather not step into the Spidine infested hell. See, that's where I'm at. I've still got like 30 hours of Tower of Life to do for all the Snapdragon I've got. My inner DM is thinking right now. Well, that's again, that's good, because there needs to be thematic reasons behind all this stuff. Oh, this is end phase. All right. A lot of dead quests that can have a logical follow-up. I've been like, for a game jam a few years ago, there was one of the devs was working on the Elemental Workshop 3, and you can see the door for that if you go to the end of Elemental Workshop 2. It's a body door. And, not that they would have to continue with that, but maybe that's where the research would lead, or maybe that was the origin of the research. They're trying to find some more stable metal to use with the lower tier jewelry so that it isn't so volatile. And so through that process, you make the body bar. And that's the material that you need to make the jewelry with the eternal gems. Or maybe you use maybe the body bars get used to fix the machine or upgrade the machine. I don't know. Spitball. Sewer is just also fitting for crafting stuff with the flax field and mine close by. Oops. Yeah, and so that I was trying to place where this would be, and yeah, if this was earlier than Worms Crag could have potentially been the place, or we've got Varlamore here, we've got this Tempestus place, which is ripe for adding that stuff. But I think our natural instinct is to make a new location somewhere else, and we're doing less and less trying to integrate it into the existing world. And I mean, it's pretty dense, which is fine, makes sense. But you know, Elemental Workshop, if you do 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can go here, and in the back of the work, maybe again that clerk that I was talking about turning this into a jewelry store, maybe he buys this ramshackled this place here, turns it into a jewelry shop, and you unlock that ability after doing Elemental Workshop 2 or 3 or whatever. He takes it over, and maybe a short mini quest to show you how to run the machine and stuff. There's a lot of open space up on the open sea. But that was WoW's approach though. They would make a new island or a new zone like that, and they would throw everything into that zone, and then the rest of the world was just completely dead. RuneScape is not like that. There's still always reason to go to everywhere else. But we don't always need to just resort to, hey, a new far off land with this new stuff. It's like, okay, but couldn't we have fit it somewhere already known to us? Because the other problem with spreading out stuff like that is that the player base on a given world is being thrown to farther and farther reaches, and we already have that problem with all the instances we've got. There's less interaction with people in the world and seeing people in the world the more that you expand the world. That's where Perilous Moons is kind of a genius in the instance idea, because it is sort of an instance, but it's a shared instance that everybody gets access to. Actually, I'm not even sure if it is an instance, but the point is, it's isolated in its own spot, but you can do the activity together. Unlike every other boss that comes out this instance, and you may see them at the entrance of the boss, but once they're in there, they're kind of lost to the world. But at the end of the penguin course, got to finish lab every time you want to craft some jewelry. Devious, I like it. We need a squirrel recolor to be a penguin. I mean, wood cutting. So, back to the why is Hunter getting a fourth pet problem. Wood cutting with forestry is like, okay, cool. Yep, here's beaver, and here's 2 recolors for the beaver. Agility. Hey, here's a recolor for your squirrel. Everything else is a recolor and metamorphosis, and then Hunter's just, nope, it's just a separate pet. Every time. All recolors, but no penguin, yeah. So what I'm saying is agility needs its own unique agility pet exclusively from the penguin course. Oh right, it is a 4th pet. Yes! It's the 4th pet. But technically the rumors is from the rumor sack, and the herbivore is not a hunter. It's, well, but you train hunter by doing it. Those are both hunter pets. You can't tell me otherwise. But it's not in the skilling pets log. I don't care. You train it be a hunter. It's a hunter pet. It was kind of half and half. It's just like 10. Yeah, you get herbs as a reward, but you train it with hunter. It's it's like if you're looking at the herb as a result, then it's more like a farming activity because you're getting herbs as a result, right? You wouldn't call it a farming activity. But it's the goat. You want to get the goat, right? The only benefit is that, assuming that there's a 15 times rate, I won't have to spend too long getting that pet. Surely the Eternal Gem can have the pet metamorphosis too. But then again, it makes the most sense to have the most pet. I understand that. But it has 4 pets. Given the golem pet, a gem looks kind of far. Ooh. It's not really related to... Well... Maybe if you do integrate dragon stones into it, and you'd only be able to have one vendor to have Dragonstone, or one of the customers have Dragonstone. But if you do integrate Dragonstone into it, maybe the Eternal Dragonstone gem is just a pet recolor. That's gonna open up a can of worms, though. Okay, but Zenite Golem? Yeah, can you imagine a 1 in 1,000 rate for a Zenite? I have 2 left over. Although I've wasted a few. Made a couple extra Confliction Gauntlets and Rancors and Anguishes and stuff. I haven't made the last 2 into gems yet because I'll wait until I'm done with Doom, and I'll wait until I'm done with the Maggot King to see what I have left over. Because at that point, there's no reason for me to keep any dupes. I keep hearing a jingle out there. I think it's the cats, but they're not. They're behind me. You can make a dust type item that lets you use Eternals and Dragonstone on the higher golem. It is the cats. I'm just mistaking where it's coming from. Okay. I believe you. I put a dragon cannon on my skiff just to spite some mains in my clan. I've got like 40,000 or so opulent salvage in my bank. I'm sure there's a couple cannons in there. I keep saying it, but I need to get back on that. I need to get back on overnight salvage. Keep banking that stuff. It adds up to a few, several 100,000 XP per week. I need to get back on it. Got 325,000 salvages. Could afford to spare one of them. Well, it's not like it's lost forever. I mean, you can't drop trade it or anything at this point because it's built, but you can bottle it and move it to another ship. So if, for instance, we ever get the very, very large ship with 4 guns on it, then you can do that. That was the point, but yeah. Am I? Oh my god. I'm too much in a flow state thinking about the geocrafting minigame. Just craft the mace with one of the orbs and 1,000 Mayan bars. Easy. Yeah, it's wild if they do go through with their orb changes to this boss, and mace becomes the rarest thing. I also haven't seen the DPS calcs yet to know what the change to Inquisitor is going to do to it. Because the mace synergizes with Inquisitor. It has an extra 5% damage when you're using Inquisitor over just any old crush weapon. And now they're taking away that bonus and just providing it raw strength bonus. So what I'm saying is, we need to get the mace, and we need to finish out regular Nightmare before they nerf it. Gotta pick your poison. I don't know, I think I'd rather kill another 1,000 PNM than go through 1,000 wine bars. It probably takes you more than 5 minutes to make one. Maybe you'd get in a rhythm and you'd be able to not make any mistakes. Well, obviously we make mistakes, but like get in a rhythm and you could power through it really quickly. But still. Just watching the bar get lowered in the lava takes ages. Well, yeah, you gotta put it on the thing, rotate the crane, lower the crane, raise the crane, rotate the crane, lower the crane, raise the crane, rotate the crane, lower the crane, raise the crane. And that's just the one step. At least after Elemental Workshop 1, making an elemental bar is pretty easy. You just need the ore, a little bit of coal, and then you go to a furnace and you're done. The whole point of Elemental Workshop 1 was setting up the furnace to get it ready to go. Alright, I will be right back. Oh, I saw the polls were inactive. I should see what the results were. Mr. Where is he? Jackarot is getting promoted. I don't know if he's online or not. Looks like he is. Did anything not pass? Goat hunting, yeah. Bingo system was meh. See, why do we have to reduce the poll results to 70%? It looks like 75% would have been fine for most of the stuff that people actually vote on nowadays. Does this actually have any feedback? No. Oh, because it's a... I see. Back to Pisani. You wouldn't think it, but the most valuable item... I can show you in the desktop. The most valuable item that we've gotten... Why is it not showing? Oh, it is. It's just hidden behind everything else. Shit. This one? There you go. The most valuable item that we've gotten aside from the loot has been Snapdragon Seeds. Which is surprising to me. So I dig through some other quests, but nothing really else fits the crafting minigame idea. I'm really liking the Elemental Workshop as a good spot for it to sit. Nice thought exercise though. Well, I appreciate you doing that. Thematically, lore-wise, all tied to magic, experiments, elements. Now it's just a matter of getting it on paper and making sure it makes sense in the order that it's presented. Ultimately, the minigame itself needs to be a good skilling loop, which I've not really had I've not really had a lot of experience designing that stuff. I've just done a lot of skilling. So maybe what I'm thinking of in my head doesn't translate well to it. Think of Varlamar Antiquities quest, but nah, yeah. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could make it a reverse cultural exchange. So we met the people from Varlamar. They came to our cities for a little bit, and then we went over there. Well, what if some of their residents came to our area? History moves forward. Immigration works both ways. Maybe someone from the Varlamar area comes and takes up shop in that old ramshackle shed next to Sears Bank. You think about it, like, why is there just a random blacksmithing anvil shop with no worker in it and all that jazz? Make it a Cam Torndorf too? There's only one. Oh, Cam Tor. Oh yeah, actually, you're right. Oh, wait a minute. Is there... Lagging behind Blood Moons is a bit much, though. Yes, yeah, the unfortunate thing with that, if you need Blood Moon, Perilous Moons to get in there, that does limit it so that level 3 scalers can't get it, and I'm really trying to focus on that. But, this jewelry shop right here, and, maybe you don't need to lock it behind that, but, he could speak about coming from Camtorm, and then how he can also explain that, it's not really fit for outsiders, we don't let other outsiders in, that sort of thing. So you don't necessarily need to tie it behind there. I'm gonna go look at that real quick, though. Wait, what am I doing? What am I just... fuck. I have infinite tellies to Camtorm. Why am I doing it this way? And then you can do ethically sourced antiquities prior. Maybe not. Really is. That's when you start stacking up gem. I'm a calcite miner and I use cutlet. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I have this. What am I doing? This guy right here. Panara. Has a little gem shop here, but wants to expand the business, see the outside world. Has a jewelry shop, it doesn't actually have anything available, right? Maybe it's Kanara. Maybe this person comes to Sears. He looks a little out of place because he's a foreigner. Is it he, she, is it a she? I can't tell. Looks like got boobs, so I'm gonna say she. Okay, she comes to Sears Village, upgrades from a little shop here. Maybe she leaves behind an assistant or something that keeps the shop running while she goes and works abroad. Yeah, she has an apprentice or sends her apprentice over, you mean? Crap. So it doesn't eat up this gem stall. Well, yeah. You leave the gem stall and leave an apprentice behind, and then she goes elsewhere. Because, this this place is known, but she wants to oversee the new place and make sure that's working smoothly. Or you could add a new NPC. Yep, that's always an option. Recon. Research. Rare use of Varlamar and mainland overlap. Yeah, like I said, the exchange goes both ways. And I don't think getting access to Varlamar requires any combat. Right? Is it Children of the Sun? Yeah, you must be able to, because Booney has a level 3 skiller that he's been doing hunter rooms and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's you can get here without the combat. So maybe after Elemental Workshop 2 is done, and after Children of the Sun is done, that NPC shows up there as a new quest. Made the same discoveries you did. Realized that there's an Elemental Workshop down there. Found it working. And then, you know, dug deeper, saw the rubble. "48 Slayer to start moons, maybe social." Well, that's okay. So again, you're not gonna lock it behind moons, but this NPC originated from Camtorum, and in her dialogue, she can even maybe hint, because you when you get to this point, you're gonna encounter you probably will have done Children of the Sun, whatever that's called, to unlock Varlamore, and you've come to Sears, and so you may not have encountered Camtorum yet, and this would be one of the NPCs kind of saying, "Hey, you know, we live in a place called Camtorum," and it just references it, not that it's locking it. You son of a bitch. Alright, I'll just eat. And also, what do you mean? Plenty of level 3 skillers have 99 Slayer, right? Antiquities should be fine too, just shield over arrow and children. See, I'm blanking on that quest. Crack Museum quest. Well, not Shield of Arab I got, but the Antiquities one, I don't remember that one. God damn it. Well, if I don't take any damage, it should be fine. Reading, glancing chat too much. The things you do when chopping magics and making totems. Oh, see, now that's a problem, because now I'm at 41. I can't do this now. God damn it. I should have been flicking my prairie gen. Alright, so let's hope to kill it quick, and then we may need to kill some sleepwalkers. Oh no, I'm fine. Never mind. I forgot that yeah, she does 5 damage. Okay. As long as the scythe gets it. Come on, scythe. Okay, fine. I'll take a crap ton of Amphicerums. Thank you very much. Really fun if you can start that quest by showing the dwarf a mind helm and shield just to annoy the ultimate Iron Mans. I woke the babies. No, he went back to sleep. Never mind. Yeah, this whole minigame is not going to be well received by the ultimates, I think. They probably do not have a massive stockpile of gems ready to go. They probably have one for the clue step anyway. Yeah. Isn't Mind Helm a stash as well? And I know, let's see. Mind Shield, but not the helmet. I mean, that would be one of those things where you would just let Jagex figure out how and what the quest was actually going to be about around. That would thematically take it from this initial point and then get it to a machine that makes a bunch of jewelry really quickly. You don't necessarily have to come up with every step and write the whole quest yourself, you know? Their magic happens and poof, exactly. Just location points of interest could be a nice schedule. Yep, yep. And that's, I think, exactly what Elemental Workshop gives us. It gives them a good starting point. An excuse, a good place to put it. Ties into the central idea of being accessible to everybody. Because, one of the gems from the Eternal Gemstone, or the one for Ring of Pursuit, you take it to the Hunter Guild. And, originally, the Hunt Master would be the one that you take that amalgam to. You were going to have access to Varlamar anyway. Maybe the ring of returning as a reward for Lumber's Guide. So that brings you to your spawn location, I believe. And the idea for that would be you just go to Death's office. Since it's all about where you respawn. Maybe make it so that hardcore Iron Man can't use it. Well, you don't need to use your death respawn point. You're not gonna die, surely. The vamp ring is weird. The Faraday's aid, yeah. So that was one of those exceptions I was talking about earlier, where you just say Drezel at Pastradamus, because it's Mauritania locked anyway. Shit. It's all the vampires in Mauritania anyways, so it's fair to have it locked behind Mauritania because that's where the vampires are. So level 3 skillers would not be able to get access to that because you don't kill vampires anyway, so who cares? Similarly with the Abyssal Bracelet, which prevents the skull going into the Abyss, you would have to have access to the Abyss to go there, because talk to the Dark Mage. But again, if you're using the bracelet to go to the Abyss, you already have access to the Abyss, so there's no real conflict. But everything else, pretty much every other use case, I wanted them accessible to a level 3 with very little minimal requirements to get to. I don't think I looked at a Zelda bracelet in my life. so I was thinking about that when I'm calling it a Sandview bracelet. So what a Sandview serum does is it cures poison, it cures disease. And so a Sandview serum, I think, or sorry, a Sandview bracelet would maybe, prevent the disease damage, prevent the poison damage, prevent the venom damage while you have it equipped, but it doesn't cure that stuff. So you can't use it like a SERP where SERP just prevents you from being venomed or whatever, but it would prevent the damage from that. while it's equipped. And as soon as you unequip it, well, then the damage just start hitting you and stacking up and stuff like that. Just lower it to 1 per tick. Maybe. I think if it's going to eat up a glove slot, it should be a little more powerful than that. Especially given the work that you did to make it. It'd also be open the idea that if you just want to make it like the Serp effect where it prevents you from being poisoned, sure, we could do that too. Then if you're a level 3 skiller and you're doing Pyramid Plunder but you don't want to bother with anti-poisons, you can use that as like a poison prevention charm thing as a bracelet. Because you're not going to do Zola for Serp Helm. Then again, you can just sip... Shit. You can sip a single anti-venom and it's like an hour's worth per potion or something like that. So. Would I grow anything under Hairlanders? I wouldn't even grow Hairlanders. I plant... At bare minimum, if I had like no other good level seeds, Irrit. Irrit's the lowest I would ever plant, personally. Oh, you're down bad? Remember all that time when I was going for 200 mil farming? You guys were making fun of me for planting willows. Yeah, that's you right now, but for Herblore. XP is XP, yeah. I don't know. Maybe worth your while to call it quits on the Herblore for now. Do some contracts, get some better herb seeds. Because what are you making? You don't have goat horns, so you're doing what? Energy pots with Hairlanders? The only instance I could say maybe that's worthwhile would be if you need them for Master Mixology. And you need the blue paste, sure. Or Mixology, yeah. Because you're not going to want to waste your Limports on Terramin. You're not going to go out of your way for Unicorn Horns for Marintal. Guam is the only thing that has a really easy secondary to get. Probably get more XP for I just pick by like Master Farm. That's what I'm thinking. Just get better seeds. And then that Hairlander idea, for energy pots, they're taking that energy pot and they're making it a Guam potion. Which that Guam potion will be getting you 40 something XP per herb, which is actually decent and really easy to get. I'm just an herb run addict. Gotta turn you into a farming contract addict. I'm doing them off cooldown. How often are you downgrading your contracts? Are you doing the high level contracts yet? Because that's really good seeds are. But you gotta be 80 farming for that. Because the mid tier and the low tier aren't worth shit. Only a Medrel? Yeah. That's your problem. You gotta get your farming up. It's my highest skill! And? Farming was my first 99 for a reason. First time that made back when I played as well. Yeah, it's really good. It's actually a really fast skill to train if you're doing tree runs and you're doing them regularly, or like at least once a day. It's just that it's spread over a longer period of time, but in the meantime you can be doing quests and training up some of the other skills and stuff. Here's just thieving. Thieving's also pretty fast too. On your iron, it's probably on pace to be your 7th. Yeah, it makes sense on an iron because we can't just buy the high level trees and stuff. Oh, whoops. I really like Panorama. I did too. So at what 95 you can do RD Knights without fail. I couldn't stand it. I tried it for a couple hours and it was just it's too monotonous. It's too brain dead for me. That said, I do plan to do Vires to 200 mil for a different reason though. I want those blood shards. But also Vires are a little bit different because you're maintaining your buffs and you're doing a little bit more inventory management, so it's a little more engaging than just spam click that Arty Knights was. But when I went to 99, I did Pyramid Plunder pretty much the whole way. Actually, I think I did it from 70 onward. Because I was doing chest runs, chest and sarcophagus runs for my first scepter. And it took me till 80... Oh, what was it? Mid-80s or something like that to just get a scepter. And then from there, I just did floor 8 and 9. I think I did the last 2 levels on Master Farmers when you could lock them in place. Nice. I mean, you can still lock them in place. They just reset after 10 minutes. And so you just gotta, move one tile, and then they can move. Then the timer's reset, or you just do it in Insidious. That was my plan as well, and then probably Elsewhere under the Eternal. Shit. See, I view shards a little bit differently. Shards I view like runes. They're just a GB problem. You can buy crystal acorns, plant them for 30 shards. Or if you're in a pinch, you can take a crystal seed, weapon seed, turn them in for 10 shards. It's expensive, but the shards are buyable. I might tell you on 1 KC, crystal bow kill for the diary. That's awesome. On leagues, I was doing I was pickpocketing the stalls trying to get the pet, right? And I forgot why I clicked off. I was checking the interface or something, and then I tried clicking back on the stall, accidentally misclick on a guard, killed him, and dropped enhanced teleport seed from the one guard I killed. Oopsies, thank you. It's actually in that League's highlight video if you want to see the clip. I don't remember what day that was. These really didn't hit me, but I got 14,000 points for the workshop, so it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's not for everybody. I didn't particularly like Deadman mode. I stuck it out for a day, trying to get enough to get this nice Void Waker recolor. Oh, and along with the Void Waker recolor came the Volatile Staff recolor. Oh, I didn't notice it's also bleeding out. That's actually that's kind of cool. Maybe I'll drop one of the harms and get 2 volatiles. I haven't decided yet. You got a Skelly Champ Scroll during your barrels grind? And back to the bank for the rest of its days. Yes, sir. The Twisted Blueprints will be nice. To get my house not look like ass. I really like the Twisted Blueprints. I like the black ground. Because unfortunately with some of the other ones, the grass on the exterior where there isn't any rooms, I don't like it being long like that. And having the Twisted Blueprints, and maybe even the Wildy one has a flat black ground. The Wildy one looks a little too barren though. I like the straight black of the Twisted. I want fairy. Do we have fairy blueprints? I'm not sure. Or better yet, seaside. Desert's the best I can do. Tie it into 99 sailing or something. Seaside would be nice, but take a sailing league, so next year. Yeah. I would be surprised if we get another league before end of next year. They've been seemingly padding out the years between, and it's been like 14 months between leagues now. Less than one per year, unfortunately. Which, you know, if they're eating so much dev time to do that and it's only temporary game mode, maybe that's fair. Maybe we shouldn't be having them more than once a year. Your membership price has increased and look what we gave you, a temporary game mode. I don't know if I want higher membership prices for that, but yeah, it's fun for the week or two that I spend in it. I just wish I could play it on an alt account and still progress my main. If they did that and tied the league points to your Jagex account so I could play this account on the side while focusing leagues, I would be much happier. Because then it's not an either or. I'm not taking away from this account's progress. But the only way I can get the stuff on leagues on this account is by playing this account, so Calcite during the think how much Calcite I missed out on. 10 days of leagues, 10 plus hours a day. That's 100 hours right there. Never got into temper game modes. I really like skilling and the gradual progression. I kind of feel booster rate that's meaningless. So the way to think about league skilling is, yes, it's boosted. Oh god, I should stop. Yes, the league rates are boosted, but it also changes up how you approach skilling in there. It forces you to do stuff in different ways because you don't have access to all the meta methods that you have on here. And also with the relics, the meta methods may have changed. For instance, the gathering skills, so mining, fishing, woodcutting, with this last league, if you took Endless Harvest, the way to train them was just while you're sleeping, because you have 30 minutes of AFK logged in. You don't actually need to engage with it. You can just AFK and bank all that shit. In previous leagues, when you had things like Production Prodigy, some of the metas were Production Prodigy and Fire Sale, being able to buy notice stuff from shops. You just buy infinite gems from the Chazar shop, and then you chip all of them in one inventory. And so it changes the skilling cycles that you're used to. So for that, I've been a big fan of that too, because I do like skilling and how it changes stuff. I really wanted Flow State to be worthwhile, but compared to something like Endless Harvest, it just can't compete with that. Maybe if it was on a tier 1 with Endless Harvest and you chose either or. 30k AFK and just go apeshit? Yeah. Melissa, I look unemployed. Does she know? Do you know? I don't remember. Did I tell you? Does she know? Yeah, she does know. Okay. just just making sure. There's no amount of skilling you can do. The amount of skilling you did compared to mine so far as for use in exchange pace. Yeah, definitely. Funny thing about that Moana is that so I already talked to the unemployment office and that sort of stuff, and they basically said, hey, yeah, you can't claim unemployment until your severance runs out, which it's like, okay, I guess that makes sense. No reason for me to be double dipping like that. Fine, sure, great. So you can't apply and you can't get unemployment insurance until October is what it is. It's like, okay, awesome, cool. So I won't bother you guys until October if I don't find a job or if this doesn't work out. But they scheduled me for some, what do they call it? Basically, some career counselor guy is going to be calling me, and he's gonna try to help me try to find another job and do that sort of stuff too. And the way that they worded the letter was like, this is mandatory. You could be denied your unemployment benefits if you don't show up for this meeting and that sort of stuff. It's like, brother, you said I can't do unemployment until like October anyways. What? And there's a lot of provisions in the unemployment stuff that, hey, you got to be applying for jobs. You have to show that you've applied for jobs every week and that sort of stuff, which again makes sense if you're going to be on unemployment, that you are actually trying to find another work. But I'm not on unemployment yet, so why are you doing this to me? Anyway, so next Wednesday afternoon, I'll have to end the stream at like 2 or something like that to go talk to this dude and try to tell him I'm trying to be a full-time streamer, man. Give me a break. There's also no need. There's also no better time to do with the grinds during the temporary game modes. Yeah. Although I'm not sure how many PKers really do temporary game modes like that, but during Deadman mode, for especially, all the PKers are going to pick on the noobs there. Right, you had the right prayer. I also need to figure out how to get back into the payroll thing. I want to see what the breakdown was for the severance, because it was like several $1,000s less than what it should be, and I don't know why. Like I rough calced out, okay, here's how much I make. Here's the amount of severance that they're giving me, the gross amount, so they deducted the amount from taxes, and I don't know if they're just withholding a lot more taxes than they should have been or what, but there's a pretty significant discrepancy from what I was expecting. I gotta figure out what's going on with that. And of course I'm locked out of that system, so I can't even do it yet. Annoying. Tip game mode plus 2350 worlds. I saw no one in the 2 hours of covering. Well, the 2350 worlds are a lot harder to get on than 2200s. You got to think about it. It's 26 levels from max on a 2350 world, and the 2200s used to be 77 away from max. What were you making pre-laugh? I'm not sure if you want. I was making a little over 90k. I mean, mechanical engineer, 14 years work experience. Now, I'm not trying to turn this streaming career into a 90k per hour year. That's not the goal. The goal is just to be able to pay the bills and stuff, and maybe eventually we can grow to that stage. We eat, yeah, and stay at home and all that other good stuff. So there's one less vehicle that we need to maintain and insure, and there's other benefits to it. You can make more now. Or are you saying if I go and look for an engineering job with the work experience? Because that's a thing with corporate America is that they pay new employees more than they pay their existing ones. Existing ones only ever get the merit increases and the cost of living increases. So the strata, the technique you're supposed to do to maximize your own personal career, and you should focus on yourself first and foremost, is do a job for a few years, and then go find another place of employment, and then do that for a few years, and then move around every 3 years. But I don't know, I have some issue with that on a moral standpoint because you're never getting past the point of onboarding at 3 years, especially in an engineering position. It takes you that long to get up to speed and worth a damn, and then you're moving on to the next company. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And that's not the employee's fault for playing the game. That's the employer's fault for not for playing that game and not paying their current employees worth a damn. Really lucky my tax position as my research grant is tax less than salary, so my tax return is a 13th month. Oh, I see. Nice. Actually, I'll be right back once. Yeah, and so that's where I don't know if they just did extra tax withholding or something like that, and that's why it's significantly less. Maybe they can't take into account your exemptions claimed, and they have to tax it as I don't know. I don't know. I can't know that until I look at the actual pay stub, which I don't have access to right now because I got locked out of my account, and I haven't heard back from them yet. We saying Quest comes out has 275,000 combat XP lamps that can go in prayer, but to start trending up sailing in the GIM prep. Oh, was it 75k from Red Reef? No, a new one. Is there a blog called The Graveyard? Was that? There's a wiki page for it. Okay. That's the player island quest, right? Oh, is no the graveyard. No, the graveyard is the Fremi quest. Right. Yeah, I see that. Two lamps offering 75k in prayer. So that's 150k. If that saves 7.5 hours of prayer. 7.5 hours of calcite mining for me. Looks to be about an hour's worth of agility and runecrafting too. Nice. Yeah, sign me up. I think the biggest shock to this is seeing the actual medical insurance rates that they were paying, the company was paying. If you think that your cost to the company is only your salary, you're off by like $20,000, $30,000 a year if you have benefits. That shit is expensive. I can't believe that it's gotten that bad. The jump from chivalry to piety is a bit long. I want it for that mainly. Ah, yeah, yeah. But chivalry is getting half the prayer drain now. Yeah, so probably with benefits and stuff, it was costing the company like 150k a year to keep me employed. And so when they're looking to cut costs, headcount is usually the easiest thing that they can reduce. I recommend you do 99 Hunter and get 77 to 80 on the way there. Hunter is a very good way to bank prayer now. Yes, sir. And Perilous Moons. Juan has heard it all before, though. I've been ranting and raving about Hunter rumors for 2 years now. I still think they're gonna eventually look at it and go, yeah, maybe the loot sacks are a little too lucrative. I'm a birdhouser for life. Even post-nerf, I'll just spam it. It might be giving like 10% of the XP that it's giving now. It still will be worth for nests, which will, be nice, but... Don't you remember when they nerfed the nests that it dropped because they're worried about it flooding in the game and ruining the price of brews and stuff? And now they're back to, yeah, we'll increase the nests by like double. What? What happened to the nests are being nerfed into the ground? Well, they have to have some reason to do bird nests if it's not going to be hunter related. Rumors are already insane. I think that's what finally convinced them. It's like, oh, all these people doing rumors, generating 3 nests per rumor, maybe... Ah, shit, you're gonna hit now, aren't you? No? Okay. As our Veil Tome. Ah, Veil Tomes isn't as much. But still. It is a nice bonus, and I look forward to going back there eventually. Although by then, Herbalist is probably going to be done for me, and I won't care about the nests anymore. There's a tiny bit of prayer from Veil Tomes as well. Can't even keep up with my herb runs. You expect me to do birdhouses? Yeah. When you're in that early game grind, that's a lot of herb XP you can unlock with that. And you also need a lot of brews. You should kill the strongest boss of them all for my nest, so... So, you know that Mole got a private instance now, right? So, in order to start the instance, you have to go to a special spot. There's one spot specifically that you have to go to open it. And in the ground, there is a spade buried in the, or like sticking out of the ground. And the first time I went there, I'm like, oh, cool. You don't need a spade because there's one right here to let you in the instance. Nope, you still need a spade in your inventory in order to access that private instance. Like, you have one posted right here. What do you need the spade for? I don't know how I want to do 99. Probably want a green log forestry and see what I do for woodcutting. Okay. Maybe a mix of redwoods and magic. What's nice about it is when Mole dies in Narnia, I could just leave the drop over there with the instance tower. True, and then next time you're over there, you can go pick it up. Didn't even think about that. I was only there for like 10 KC for the skin. Gonna counter your question, what do you need the inventory spot for? That's true. It's not so much the inventory spot, it's the remembering to bring a spade is the problem. And so it has to be in my bank tag layout. Like I'm ever killing Mole again though. Although I said the same thing about the before the Mole skin and now I'm back there with the Mole skin. There is a reason. I mean, is there a reason to spade up arrows, so why not Faladar? Because there's one in the ground. Right when you have to click to start the instance. This is Spain, the Valley Estate Agent building. And the bank is like 20 tiles away. There's one in the ground, right next to the Mole. First, you gotta ask him nicely. Look, look, look. It's right there. It's right there. Fight privately. You need a spade to be able to enter the Giant's Mole's lair. It's right there. Why? The thing should be a clip at the end of the gym minigame idea. Oh, while we're spitballing ideas, why do we need a spade for this? Misclicking all over the place. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't click on the thing I wanted to. I've killed this boss 3,000 times, honest. This is not my first foray. Uh, okay, I'm done for today. No more Zia Mile. Finish tomorrow. Gotta get some sleep now. Alright. Have a good night, sir. Good luck on the mace grind. Thank you. One of these days. We just need to have someone say, surely not today, and then we're good to go. It'll be that day, guaranteed. I don't think that was you, though. I think it was... I don't remember who said it. Someone said it today. We'll try for another 8 KC and round out 40 for the day. Then we'll break for supper and go for a walk. It's not too hot out, it is. I will reconvene and play some blueprints tonight. That's the plan, anyway. Both my wife and my best friend have said, that's right up your alley, so should be a good time. Oh, that also marks, that was 2,900 since the drop rates have been changed. So at 3242, that'll be a full 3,000 with the new drop rates. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Like, I know it's TOA. I couldn't quite figure out... Do a 350 without dying. Got it. Perfect Zabak, nice. Radical. I've been getting an unusually large amount of spam bots like this in the last few days. It's really annoying. Can't do anything about it in combat. JX needs to revoke the DM privileges to new accounts. I clicked you, dumb game. Hello? Just Just don't give me the mace on this one, please. Okay. Report. Player run games of chance. There we go. I'm gonna have to make more divine combats, man. I made like 1,000 doses of it, 1,000 cases ago, thinking, surely this is the last time I need to do that, right? Ah. Don't do it. Might be time for mischief soon. Mochi, stop it. Hi, Mochi. Is your nap time over now? And away she goes. That's not a blowpipe. That's still not a blowpipe. Come on. And if you had a crossbow, you could not do that. That sounds like Mochi found Mama. My brother-in-law is here. What the hell? 3 more. Nope. Hey, G-Man. I know you've been channeling the Zammy Brew's spirit. I have proof. Let's be honest, the Zammy Brew's spirit never leaves. True. I'll say the same thing I did when I was finishing up the Slayer guy, and so it was becoming a bit of a meme in the clan, daily whips, just because I was doing a lot of Abbey Demons for Slayer. That I told him you're gonna miss the daily whip drops. So the same thing with Vasani. You guys are gonna miss the Zammy Brew drops. Once this grind is over, probably never see him again. But now we love the brew drops. Yes, hello. So this is where I can purchase Zammy Brews for the low. I recommend his Brew Emporium. You'll never go brewless again. That's right. We're making up for the KC we missed yesterday playing board games. I did get a lot of soul rings craft yesterday. I have enough to balance out the million chaos rings that I got. And then we did some calcite mining the rest of the afternoon, so we did make some progress. It just wasn't as much as I could have been with active time. How were board games? Fun. Good. We played a deduction game. Ah, shit. Hootie? Tui? Hui? I can't remember. Can't remember the name of it. Hookie. Hookie. Not Hootie. Hookie. Hooky. Hookie. Premise of the board game is, there's 26 letters of the alphabet, there's 26 cards, and it's kids at a schoolyard. There's 3 kids that are playing hooky. Did I say hooky? Hooky. Hooky. They're playing hooky. Not hooky. Oh, God. It's been a long day. All right. Anyway, so they're playing hooky. And depending on how many players you have, you're dished out a certain number of cards. So you know the letters. These are the kids that are not playing hooky. And so you got to try and guess what other players have and figure out who are the 3 that are playing hooky. And so at the start of the game, you give a 5-letter word that has at least, well, sorry, you give a 5-letter word that has at least one of your cards, and then you give a number of how many letters and how many times those letters appear in that word. So if I have the letter Y, and if I say style is the word, and I would say style 1, not giving any context as to what letters are there and whatever. That's how the game starts. Everybody gives a 5-letter word for one of your letters. Potentially more if you really, really want to. I would probably recommend not doing that, and then after that, it's your job to interrogate one of the other 2 people and give them a 5-letter word, and then they have to respond with the same kind of number. How many characters or how many letters of what you have appear in that word. And so if there's duplicates, they would still only count, or they would count 1 for each. So if you say a word like puppy, I guess, I don't know, Puppy, and your letter was P, you would say 3 for that because your letter appears 3 times and you had no other letters in there. Anyway, so it goes around for 6 rounds, and then as the rounds go on, you try to make guesses as to who's playing hooky, as well as what the other players have for letters. And then based on the interrogations and what you have, you try to deduce what each other person has, and eventually what the hookers are. And the person that guesses the most of all the letters ends up winning the game. Yeah, we did that to start the day and to end the day because they're kind of light compared to some of the other ones that we were playing. I struggle very badly with remembering the names of the games. Usually when he's like, hey, do you want to play this game by word, by name, I have no idea what it is until I look up the back of the board and see how the game is set up. Once I see the actual visual representation of the game. And it's like, okay, I know what this game is then. I remember how it kind of played. We played a game called World Order. It's a political landscape type of game where you're running a different world power and you're trying to influence the world and generate the most points. It's, as most games, try and generate the most points. World Order, short for New World Order, you know. Anyway, I ended up having the European Union. My wife, she was the Americas, and Pat was Russia. You can also be China, I believe. I think that was the only other one. And so as one of the four great world powers, you have to try and just, again, expand your influence and try to get a lot of points. Most of the games that he brings our way, I've never heard of before. This World Order one, he had just gotten, I think, last weekend from a Kickstart. He kickstarts a lot of board games. So he's constantly bringing new stuff in, and he loves that variety. He's not... Me, I'm a big fan of a few games, and I like to play them regularly, occasionally. And we cycle through some of the games that I already own. He is very much on the wanting a new nuanced experience, a new novel experience, as much as he can. And so some games may play similar to other games or have similar premises, similar rules, that sort of stuff. But there are always some weird twist to it that catches his interest. And then he goes to a lot of board gaming conventions. One of the recent ones he went to is called PPCon. I think it's in Nebraska? Anyway, so he goes to a lot of those things, and at those places it's more like-minded people of very much board game enthusiasts. Brings games to trade, to sell. So he picks up a lot of new games to him that are, you know, secondhand, and keeps down his personal collection, because right now he has board games lining his entire dining room. He has a lot of board games. And again, I'm a fan too. I'm not as much of as an enthusiast as him. He would probably put more time, or put the same amount of time into board games that I do RuneScape, if you want to compare it like that. He has ever bought the The Deep Galactic board game. I want to try that one. Never heard of it. The Deep Galactic. That's the mining Deep Rock Galactic. I've played that game. I played the Steam game. Me, him, and another buddy of ours, Kyle, and Matt have played that over a few sessions. That was years ago, though. The mining one, the dwarven one in space. Yeah. I was big on the turret guy. I like minion builds. I like turrets and stuff. Engineer? Yeah, engineer. I was not aware they made a board game. I'll have to ask him about that tomorrow. If you're in here tomorrow, G-Man, would you remind me, and I will ask him. We're not gonna play Frosthaven today. He was busy, I think, and then so tomorrow we'll probably pick that up in the afternoon. However, later tonight, so after not this Sonic, but the next one, I think, I'll be breaking for supper, and then after a short walk with the wife, that we're gonna try some Blueprints, if you've ever heard of that game. Yeah, so one more Casey after this. I'll absolutely try. I'm going to be at the K with my son tomorrow as one of his birthday things, so I might be like, oh, good. Yeah, have fun. No worries then. Definitely don't skimp out on that. I'm just a lowly streamer. I am not your son. Uno mas, Casey. There's so much damn Guitar Hero if they have it there. I didn't know that was an arcade game. Is it one of those not one that's focused on tickets and prizes and stuff like that, but just you go there and you can play consoles and cabinets and stuff like that. It's just a timed thing you do for fun. Not like a Chuck E. Cheese where you're trying to get tickets and win prizes and stuff. More like the old cabinets. So, yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah. Always wanted to try one of those. Old Mortal Kombat. Yeah, the old cabinets. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Good. I like that more of an arcade than the Chuck E. Cheese pay $2 for 30 seconds of gameplay. I can't believe how expensive that shit is, by the way. Our kid went to a place that had an arcade in it, and as part of the party tickets, whatever, every kid got like, I think $8 worth of tokens or something. I think it was like 32 tokens, and some of the games were literally 30 seconds or one attempt, and cost $2 per. It's like, and people complain about the price of video games, and you got arcades like that that's, you spend 20 bucks, you're done in 5 minutes. Like, holy shit. They're designed to take your money for no enjoy. Exactly. And this particular arcade, they used to have tickets as of like 6 months ago. They were still like an old physical tickets thing where you could at least have a fistful of tickets and take them to the counters and have them count them up. And now they just went to like this really dumb digital card that keeps track of your tickets, and yeah, I don't know, it's not the same. They're awful. Even the old Time Crisis games weren't weren't nearly this not pirated. This what's the word? Predatory. That's a But speaking of arcade cabinets, there's a YouTuber I've come across a few times, and the whole point of his channel is to try and calculate how many or how much it costs to beat that game if you were to play it back in the day. Because back then most video games are done via arcades, and so you play it by the minute with quarters and that stuff. Maybe not by the minute, but by the credit. And he's going back to these other video games and just playing through, okay, how many quote-unquote quarters, how many credits would it take me, and how much would that cost in 1980s dollars versus inflation adjusted for today, how much that would cost. And it's been really interesting seeing him go through some of that stuff. Now that I think about it, I should see if he has one for Sunset Riders, because me and my brother played a two-player campaign of that back then. Please run through of that. And I think it cost us like 10 bucks, 20 bucks, something like that. I think it would make me more depressed seeing how much inflation has impacted the value. Well, you got to think that, 1980s was after that last big inflation spike, and it was relatively small the last 30 years. It wasn't really until post-COVID, that inflation really started spiking up again, despite what the government numbers say they are. I don't know. When I have the yearly meetings and they say, "Oh yeah, your health insurance went up by a modest amount," and it's like 15%. Oh, but my pay raise is only 3%. Uh-huh. Cost of living only went up 3%. Sure, that makes sense. Well, if you exclude food, gas, tax, all the essentials to your life, inflation is only like 2%. Fuck. Okay. Everywhere where it doesn't impact me, we have lower inflation, but all the stuff that I actually care about. Yeah, okay. Okay. So modest. Alright, last kill of the day. Then we're gonna go take a break for food. Get some leftover Chinese from Thursday when the wife couldn't get the brisket that she wanted. Or the whatever the Korean brisket. Was it Korean brisket? What the hell was it? Ooh, Sephi films. That's good. Good way to end the day. 40 KC. But Vasani says, not today. Alright, is there anybody we should raid? No, there's a lot of dead memo going on. Eighteen picture dead memo. I haven't been following it all, honestly. I've never really been interested in Deadman mode as a game mode. You know what? Let's send you over to Jack. Looks like he's doing some Yama. Jack, back in my corp days, Jack was my inspiration to keep going because he was going a lot drier than I was. So they're like, if he can stick it out for another 10,000 KC, surely I can. Was the attitude. So we'll send us over to Jack. Make sure to say hi to him. If you're a sub, are you not drier than he was? No, he went significantly drier than me. If you're a sub, let's do some jingles, dink donks, and do this sort of stuff. Copy paste that. Song request. We're about to raid Jack here, sir. So anyways, we're gonna take a break from this. We're gonna go eat. I'm gonna go for a walk with my wife, and then in a couple hours we'll come back and we'll try some blueprints later tonight. So if you guys are around, stop by. My wife and Pat had said it's a game that's probably up my alley, so I should enjoy it. So I will talk to you guys later.